Let's do this thing, boys and girls. Last noon sim on the Dream Stream in this garbage year of 2020. And you know what? Tomorrow, it's going to be the exact same thing. Nothing will change in 2021. But it's damn good to have all of you here on the East Coast, 12 hours left in the year. I am Emerson Latzia. Sweet ReidTFowler is here. We have producer Madison. We have Andrew on the ones and twos. We got Joe. We got Frangelico from the ops team. This is how you ring in the new year. Only 3 sims today. This is the first one. Texans and the Cowboys. I think lineups have locked already. People know what they're doing already. They don't really listen to us when it comes to this anyway. But did you fill out a lineup? Hey, did you get into my contest, buddy?
No, I didn't, because I was under the impression I was in the right league, and no one invited me to the DK SimFam Friends League until you just did like 5 minutes ago. So I feel a little left out. I feel like how all of us felt at some point where we weren't invited to that New Year's Eve party that everyone wanted to go to.
Oh.
That was never me. Actually, I was always a cool kid. So no, I'm kidding. I was definitely looking inside.
Yeah, dude. Me too. And like, even now, when I'm invited to these things, like, I'm not going to go. I still want to be invited. Like, I
want the invite.
Me too. And I'll make up some excuse of why I'm not going to be there.
Can't go. I'm eating shredded cheese out of a bag with my finger. So sorry. Can't go.
God, it's like the industrial size bag of shredded cheese you're just eating on the couch with Kolu.
Yeah, that's it. That's New Year's.
That
when you reach a certain age.
It sounds so familiar. I know, dude. We're at the coffee shop this morning. Everyone's like, "What are you guys doing tonight?" And I'm like, "What the hell are you talking about? Like, I'm not doing anything." I said, if I am not in bed by 11, I'm doing it wrong.
Yeah. Close. You're not going to see the ball drop?
I don't care. I just like, no, man.
You don't care about a huge oversized ball of light to drop to tell you what your clock already says?
And like, especially like virtually this year, no, man. I
will
say this. What?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was going to say, just, it's still, even in my older age, it's still on my bucket list that one year.
No.
I would like to stand in Times Square. I'll throw like the diaper on, and because you can't go anywhere to go to the bathroom, and I will stand out there. I want to experience it once. I like to experience everything in this world once.
Wait, time out. Even if you threw the diaper on, which is smart, could you bring yourself to actually soil?
Yes.
No way.
Yeah.
No,
dude, I've been to college. It's happened before.
Go on.
No, that's it. So Happy New Year, everybody. It's really good to have you here. So this is you guys will only have to put up with us for the next hour. Reid and I are gone after this noon sim. 2 more to go. Koff and Christian at 2 o'clock. Raiders at the Colts. 4 o'clock. Vikings at the Cardinals. Koff and Brandon. It's a Thirsty Thursday edition here on the Dream Stream. I see everybody here over on YouTube, hanging out on Twitch. Happy early New Year to all of you guys and gals. Over on the other side of the world, it's already 2021.
Yeah, Emerson, like going back to what you said, that you would try everything once, correct?
Yeah.
Would you go shark diving?
I would do it. If I'm in a cage.
Without the cage.
Now that is a little ballsy, and I don't know if I have the marbles for that.
Well, you never know unless you try, right?
Yeah, I don't.
They're docile creatures, man.
They really are. Zeke, you were lucky enough to land on my roster, my sweet chinchilla. Let me go ahead and pull it up. I think I rostered him. I don't know, like right off the top of my head. Yes, I did.
I would have rostered Zeke if I was invited earlier.
So everyone, Reid saved this until the last day of the freaking year. He's up to this point, he hasn't been a part of the DK SimFam Friends League. And so in the times in the past where he says he's filled out like a lineup and he's part of our league, Zeke is just eating.
I've never
He's just straight up lied to us.
I've never said that. Not once have I said I created a lineup in your contest. Roll the tape, Producer Madison. Take the game off. Let's roll the tape. The last 6 years that we've been doing this. Roll it.
Emerson's forehead said should be riding the Peloton into the new year. Let's go. Germ on Twitch says I put all my eggs in the Dak to Gallup and Lamb basket. Speaking of eggs, Producer Madison was eating extremely hot scrambled eggs when she hopped on Zoom. I know. Poor thing. Thoughts and prayers for Producer Madison. But my lineup, my lineup looks like this. I went ahead and I was a little different. I said, all right, Brandon Cooks, you're going to earn the nod in the captain spot. You get that confidence. Wow, dude, Zeke. Already up to 37 rushing yards. What does he have now, 53? Did I see that right? In the zone. Have they even thrown the ball yet?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Deshaun Watson, Prescott, Elliott. I had to find some cheaper dudes to throw in there. So David Johnson. And then maybe this could be a Blake Bell day.
Oh.
He was $1,000.
Oh, and the zone gets knocked out, I believe, after that, right? A loss, tackle for loss, run for loss.
Maybe. I can pull up my Word document. But yeah, Blake Bell's the tight end 3. I was kind of holding on to that, holding on to hope. Zeke is that X factor, that freight train guy's increased chance to break the next tackle attempt when he's in the zone. A knockout is 1 tackle for a loss. You are correct.
Yeah.
You are correct.
Yes, sir. He's correct.
2nd and 11. First and goal coming up. Of course, it's Zeke. So Dak drops back. Zeke had every play up to this point in the game. They're just running the hell out of the football. Dak decides to throw the football for the first time, and he goes to Mr. Zeke Elliott. Zeke of nature. And there is J.J. Watt, who has X Factor and superstar traits on the defensive zone.
Watch out.
Yeah, J.J., man. Zeke and destroy. J.J. Watt, dude. Watt me whip. Watt me, J.J. Ooh, Dak. It's wide open in front. Back in the end zone. Touchdown.
Gallup.
Oh, there it is. Gallup. Germ. This is your day, dude. You put all your eggs in that basket. Congratulations.
There you go. Do you see what Brother Phil said in the YouTube chat?
No. I got to get caught up on stuff. I'm trying to balance so much in my mind right now.
Oh. He said, came in a little late, caught something about soiling a diaper, a vague college reference to said soiling of a diaper, then Happy New Year. Pretty sure I missed something, and glad I did.
Yeah, man, it was just saying that when, I guess, life gets back to what we knew as normal before, I would try everything once, and I said I'm still interested in standing in Times Square on New Year's Eve. I really am. And I said, obviously it's really crowded. Everyone's having beverages. If you need to go to the restroom, I don't see there being many options. So I have heard rumors, and you read online and social media, everything online is true, that a lot of people wear diapers and just kind of do their thing, Yeah,
There's no way. There's no way. Because when you're wearing a diaper, you don't know any better. You have no conscious mind of what you're doing. You're just doing it as a kid, as a baby.
No, I remember as a child, I was like, if I don't have to get up and go to the bathroom, I'm just going to go here and someone will wipe me and do everything for me. Exactly.
There is not a snowball's chance in HE double hockey stick that you could recall, unless you were wearing a diaper past the age of 4, you can recall that. And if that's the case, then that explains quite a bit.
Yeah. It was, listen, man, I was a brilliant young mind.
Listen. Oh, I would have loved. Remember that movie Baby Talks, whatever it was, where the babies would talk to each other. This was like back in the '90s.
Wait, was that like Look Who's Talking with John Travolta, right?
Is it? Or yeah, whatever. No, there was one where it was just strictly babies talking, but I know which one you're talking about. Anyway, those I would love to have heard what your voice and dialogue would have been as an infant child.
I would have had a sailor mouth. That's what I would have had. Real quick, as I clear my throat. Yeah, I think it was on Twitch. So Yogi's like, so Junior is Duke. Yeah, so when you see the Junior pop up there on these runs and receptions, that's going to be Duke Johnson Jr., who's the RB2. David Johnson is the RB1. I knew that can get like super confusing. They're like, you got the last name Johnson, you can play running back for us. Darth Gator says Emerson's depends. Welcome to the show. We're going out on a high note here on the Dream Stream in 2020 as Deshaun Watson in a box. His first carry for a first down. Elementary, my dear Watson. What are your plans today? You're just kicking it, right? You're not doing anything. You're just chilling. I know you.
Chilling. Trying to figure out what we're going to eat for dinner. No idea.
I love that. It's noon and you're thinking of dinner.
Yeah.
It actually seems late for you.
And I don't know. I mean, we got a nice bottle of champagne from one of Bridget's coworkers, so pop that maybe.
Oh, yes, my friend.
Got it.
Have you ever done like the knife thing, right, where you chop the top of the bottle off?
No, that's stupid.
Yeah.
You lose so much if you do it incorrectly. You lose like half the bottle.
Right, and I feel like people do that with expensive bottles. I said, well, this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
man.
Well, damn. No, I mean when you get it right, it's pretty cool. But first off, I don't have a saber. I feel like that's what you
right. You need like a special dagger.
Yeah. Obi-Wan has a request, though. Broby.
What's my dude Broby saying?
Actually, Broby should have been in the nickname, like honorable mention, when you nickname someone's username. Like that should have also been anyway.
Oh yeah, we should have done that. I think we could have. I mean, could have ranked like maybe like our top 10.
You don't want to exclude anybody.
It's true. I kind of did in my contest today. I said top 50 friends. That's what we named the contest.
But Broby wants.
Yeah, what does he say?
Baby Geniuses. Thank you, Rich One Beats. Baby Geniuses was the movie. Broby wants Baby Winnie on cam.
Ooh, okay. You know what? I will deliver Winnie Bear to you guys at the end of this sim. Someone remind me because she's in the room with my wife. My wife, for some reason, doesn't like sitting out here when I call these games. Loser.
Silly. Loser. She doesn't know what she's missing out on.
Coward. You're a coward. Run. 7-0, guys, after the first quarter. See you there, Ernest and Marcus and Robbie Noble's here today, but then also his evil doppelganger, Nabi Roble. Jason's chilling with us. What's up, everybody?
Creature from the Glash Lagoon. I haven't seen Creature for a while.
Where? He's here?
Yeah, on the tube of the U variety. At least I saw a quote from him.
Oh.
Maybe he just came in and said Happy New Year to us and then bounced.
Man, I love some of those tribute accounts over the years. We talked about it the other night, too, on the pregame show. I think it was a segment Was it yesterday maybe I was talking about with Rossi? I don't know. All these days blend together. I mentioned like ReidT's quaff, like ReidT's Did You Know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the quaff was strong earlier, but it was unmet. It was just I couldn't do it. It's too much.
I know. It's tough, like doing the hair. That's why I just rock a hat now every day.
Yeah, samesies.
Got to draw attention to this one because it's a strong comment on Twitch. Yogi, sup, Emerson and Reid, looking sexy. Thank you.
Well,
that feels good, man. it's does the Pope. Does the Pope poop in the woods? That's the right saying. 2nd and 8 on the 14. Watson into a cluster of dudes, and it's incomplete. Right? I'm just opening up Slack, too. I'm just seeing all the messages. Producer Madison's dropping in.
I was watching old golf clips a couple days ago, and especially on the Ryder Cup.
Ooh, get in there. Get in there!
And boy, how golf was so different with fans, and just seeing these sims now with all these fans in the stadium. It's just wild to think that when we're watching it, we hear all the fan noise. But when they're playing, it's quiet. If you have no fans, which is just kind of weird, right? Or you can hear the other teams talking, and I don't know, it just seems weird. But one of the things 2021 hopefully brings back later in the year.
Yeah. Kaimi Fairbairn with the first 3 points of the day for the Texans, who now trail Dallas 7-3 with just over 6 minutes to play here in the first half. I saw yesterday go for the Bills, the Buffalo Bills and Bills Mafia. They'll be allowed to have up to like 7,000 fans in the stands. I think it's their first home playoff game. You guys correct me if I'm wrong. First home playoff game in like a quarter of a century, like 25 years. Because they had the playoff game, that terrible like 10-3 affair against the Jaguars like 3 years ago. But that was on the road in Jacksonville. But I think the 7,000 fans, they all got to pass like a COVID test before they go in. But it'll be good to see Bills Mafia smashing through tables again and throwing objects onto the field. It's and I'm not just saying this because I'm married to a woman from Buffalo, but it's one of the greatest fan bases in all of sports.
Yeah.
They actually have really big hearts too. Like over the years, they've started like donating. They make donations to like opponents' charities when, I don't know, they may do something, whether it's a mistake. I don't know. Any time it benefits basically the Bills, they'll get on there and show you some love. But good, passionate fan base. The rating, I saw this on Twitter yesterday as well, as now we have Dak Prescott, who was 3 for 3 in this game, to Amari Cooper, his first catch. I saw that the ratings for their game, their win against the Patriots, was like a 45 household rating in Buffalo.
Whoa.
That's like and it was like an 18 here in Boston. Just to put that in perspective, the Super Bowl ratings last year in Buffalo were like a 50. And there are just a boatload of people in Buffalo who are just all on board.
Well, yeah,
it's like
they deserve it. Their fan base, is like it's similar to the Raiders, right, where they get a bad rap sometimes for jumping through tables, yada yada yada. But through thick and thin, man, through cold weather or not, through bad teams, they stick with their team.
Yeah. Yeah, they really have. They really have just like been there along the way, through the long stretches of not making the playoffs. Absolute straight frustration, not having an answer
give credit
quarterback.
To that entire organization. I mean, taking a chance on Josh Allen, well, most thought he shouldn't belong in where he was.
Yeah.
Stephon Diggs. I personally thought that couldn't work. Wasn't going to work.
Yeah. I don't think you're alone. I don't think you're alone in that either, because people are like, I mean, it's out. Like, is he going or the Bills going to get the most out of him with Allen like throwing the football. He took such a huge step this year in the passing game, dude.
Oh, well, his completion percentage is up by like 14%.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's ever been a Buffalo Bills receiver to lead the league in receiving. And with like Andre Reid and these guys, I don't think there's ever been one. So Lamar Jackson should take a page if he's thinking about this. Like, and maybe he can train and talk with Josh Allen, pick his brain. I know it's AFC and AFC, but if I were Lamar, I'd look at Josh Allen's progression from where he was to what he is now.
Yeah, because you're talking you're talking two quarterbacks, or one who progressed in 2021, who definitely regressed in the passing game.
Yeah, and Josh Allen's baseline, I think, as a passer was better than Lamar's is and was currently, is currently, but he should. I mean, you see now with the touch passes, Josh Allen's taking it back. In his mind, if he's thinking 65% instead of 80%, it's working. Whatever he's doing is working.
2 catches for Michael Gallup in this game. 1st and 10 from the 10, so if they get to like the 1-inch line, I guess they'll still be able to pick up a first down. Dak still 6 of 6 as well. Looking for his second passing touchdown, and once again, it lands in the breadbasket of Michael Gallup. I'm an idiot for not rostering him.
Dude, I would have. He would have been my captain.
Oh, the hell out of here with that.
You'll never know.
Producer Madison dropping in his ownership numbers in that free showdown. 34% owned Michael Gallup, 9% the captain spot.
Nice.
Prescott, by the way, 54% owned, just under 8% in the captain spot. Let me go up here and open up the showdown. Did you guys, were you able to get inside the top 50 friends contest? The LOTZIA top 50 friends. Where are you guys? Or if you're just in the free showdown over on DK with $500 in total prizes up for grabs. 13,000 entries there. Dufo 7112 currently in first place with Michael G in the captain spot. But a lot of Zeke Elliott up to this point, which I think has set the table for Dak and Gallup's 2 touchdown connections. 14-3 here. 2-minute warning coming up in the first half. Emerson Latzia with you. ReidTFowler on the other side of the horn. Andrew on the 1s and 2s. Producer Madison. Shout out to Joe and Frangelico as well from our ops team. Been a hell of a year, been a hell of a ride with you guys in the DK Sim fam and here on the Dream Stream. This family has been born and nothing can break us apart. Not even Billy, whose specialty is destroying friendships and families. But we don't have to dive into that right now.
Whoa.
We're going to we're focusing on the positive. We're glass half full today.
Whoa.
Whoa.
What did I miss?
This is all a bunch of drama from yesterday, but we rise above the noise, don't we, DK Sim fam?
I don't believe you.
Thank you, Jordan Lindenbaum, saying he remembered to join the contest this time. Rich One Beats says he's 27th.
Hey now.
Nabi Robo says, let's get cooking. Been a very accurate day for these 2 quarterbacks. Dak is perfect with 2 touchdown passes. Watson has only 1 incompletion. But they need a touchdown. They need something here. Spencer S., I'm not picking on Billy, dude. I just call it. I call it how I see it. I call it how I experience it. And I relay that message to you guys because I want you to know everything that happens behind the scenes and in front of it.
Are you excited, Emerson, for the PGA to return?
So what's the deal with the schedule? Are they going to kind of move forward with a regular schedule now?
That's what I'm assuming, but these are always subject to change. But yeah, I mean, right now it's sort of the normal.
Now, two of my favorite tournaments, actually, especially going back to college, it was always one of my things with the roommates. Those first couple tournaments of the year in Hawaii, where it's like prime time golf, even on like a Thursday or like a Friday night, we would sit around, we'd have ourselves a good time, and we would watch golf, and then we'd play the old Tiger Woods PGA game on PlayStation. But are those coming up? They still do those, right?
Yeah. So the Tournament of Champions at Kapalua in Maui. That's where my family lives. Love it.
Nice.
I like that. Andrew on the 1s and 2s. It's pretty funny.
No, he's like, yeah, but sit around in your diapers and watch golf.
And the Sony Open, my friend. I played that course, Wildlife Country Club.
Yeah, there's a picture of you on your Instagram with like, right at that course.
Is there?
Was that the one you posted like a year or two ago? You by the pin?
Oh no, that was Mayakoba. That was in Mexico. That's where they play the OHL or the Mayakoba Classic, whatever it's called. Yeah, man. The Aloha Swing it's bittersweet because it's gorgeous. The vistas, sapphire blue water.
It was one of my favorite courses, the one you played in Hawaii. What's it called again?
Which one, in Maui?
Yeah, the one that they play the second tournament.
Oh, Sony Wildlife.
Yeah. Ooh, go! Thank you. Hot diggity damn! More points, more fun. First touchdown of the day for the Texans, but they leave 42 seconds on the clock. 3 timeouts over the Cowboys, who have had absolutely no problem moving the football today. But my favorite part about that course, and all my knowledge of that course comes from the Tiger Woods video game. You can hit like a 500-yard drive there. You catch like a hill, and then you're hitting like a mile up, like a blind shot some of these greens.
Yeah, it's great.
You just go out there and feel like a monster. And I know, like, you know, you're not super long off the tee, but I'm sure you feel strong on that course. You know who needs to play that course is Samir. That poor guy. He's taking his driver on some of these like par 3s. And I'm just like,
all right, DK Sim fam. This is story time. This is story / school time for all of us. Let me give you a little lesson into Emerson Lancia. Okay. The guy has the gift of gab on the mic. We all know that. So once he gets the mic in front of his face, he gets a little ambitious. He tells some stories, some fabrications, some big, grand stories. And I'm sure if we talk to his mother, he was like this since birth. I outdrive Emerson 75% of the time because for it to be recorded, it has to be in the fairway. So the problem with Emerson is he plays a lot of boomerang. He just sees it's a lot of army golf, left, right, left, right.
I
never splitting the fairways.
Incredible recovery shots. Now, you have not played with me since I got the new driver over the summer and the new sticks. I've taken 7 strokes off my game. My last round of the season, about a month ago, 79. Played it with Mac. I'm hitting 315 consistently down the pipe. The new irons are so pure. Literally, people on holes surrounding us stop because of the sound and the smoothness of my swing, and they hear the ball just cruising through the air.
I mean, it's easy to play golf when you're playing from the white tees.
Yeah.
When you play from the tips, it gets a little bit more interesting, Emerson.
That is funny. I've heard Army golf before. That's a really good term. Like left, right. Oh. There have been rounds like that for sure.
I remember one distinctly where Emerson was playing a little Army golf. A little charity event that you and I and a couple of our friends partook in.
Oh, that didn't count.
Remember the last hole that we had to
that was a bad day for me. I think I took a nap on the last hole.
You did, and we were getting yelled at by the marshal. And guess who was berating the marshal as we were driving away? That guy.
Reid. Oh, wait, Samir. Let's go. Dak testing the atmosphere, incomplete. 3rd and 3. Still got a timeout left.
Is that Gallup?
I couldn't tell who he was targeting. Wouldn't shock me. He's been his go-to guy. You know, they don't have very far to get inside Greg Zuerlein territory. So maybe they try to dial down the middle here and then just call the timeout. But that would make sense. I don't know if they always do what makes sense here on the Sims. Someone's like, is Cooper dead? And there's the answer to your question, which is no.
Life support.
He's on life support. Doesn't have a whole lot of points. 2 catches, looks like 20-something yards.
No, T-Mac on Twitch says, good news, guys. I'm in the top 12,000 in the free showdown.
That's great. There's just under 13,000 entries in there, so you're guaranteed a top 13,000 position finish. I tried to make the name of this contest. I think I was like top 50 guaranteed finish, and it wasn't letting me. I don't think you can like put the word guaranteed in there.
That makes sense.
It does, but it's true. I mean, there's only 50 of them. Holy hell! Greg the Leg Zuerlein is going to attempt a big meaty 60-yarder. Holy hell! He drills it! Yes! Yes! The greatest moment in Sim history.
What?
That is unbelievable.
That was what? That was 60 yards, right?
That was 60 yards on the dot. That should be 20 points for your lineup. It's not, but it should be.
What the damn hell did we just see? Greg the
I don't know.
Leg.
Someone needs to tell Rossi because, I mean, Rossi gets all hot and bothered over these kickers. I was like, all right, this is cute. I know you got a strong leg, Greg.
My goodness.
Dude, that would have been good from 87 yards.
Precisely.
Ooh. Corey says, I needed that.
Yeah. A+ is like, I'm frozen. What happened? Oh, I don't know. A+, the greatest thing to ever happen in Sim history.
That just made my day.
A
60-yard run me over later, and I don't care. I'm laying in the street saying, Greg, the Leg Zuerlein kicked a 60-yard field goal in the Dream Stream. Oh. Help me.
Player of the game is going to be Greg the Leg. I don't care if Zeke or Dak have 4 touchdowns.
Yep.
It's going to be Greg the Leg. You can already mark the tape. Yeah.
It absolutely has to be. And you know what? I'm hitting the effing like button right now for that. I am.
Dude, I hit it at the beginning of the show. What's with you?
Well, sometimes I got to prove it to myself.
No. We need 2021.
Sometimes I piss myself off.
You've been off this whole year. From start
to
finish. You've just been off, man. I don't know.
Well, I am very happy to be wrapping up our 2020 Sim season together. Yeah. This is fitting. I don't know if producer Madison did this on purpose. Fitting how we started this thing, and you and I are going to finish it up, at least together. There's two more Sims to go, but today. Yeah. But being on the last day together.
Right.
And those don't count. Like you and I together is everything.
Who's the next 2 guys? Doesn't matter.
Kaufman and someone and Kaufman and someone.
Oh, yeah, it definitely doesn't matter if it's Kaufman. I'd rather care about that someone. I'm just kidding. Love you, Kauf.
It is Kaufman Christian at 2. Raiders at the Colts. And then, hold on. 4 o'clock, Brandon. Vikings at the Cardinals. Yeah, Kaufman Brandon. I like Brandon, too, a lot. He was a great addition.
Yeah, man.
So here we are, everybody, 17-10, halftime, 2 more quarters to go in this one. In all Lone Star State Showdown.
no DraftKings background.
Rossi's here. Rossi's here. He says,
"Oh, really?
Love you, bros."
Oh,
yeah, Rossi, dude. I don't know if you missed it, man. Just tune in, or if you've been lurking. 60-yard field goal by Greg the Legs Zerline. You were immediately the first person who came to mind, my dude. Brian Claremont, yo, Emerson, where is your cereal? I get home at like midnight last night from work, and I'm like, I just need to go to bed. I can't fill my belly up with cereal. Then, of course, I go back-to-back bowls. I go the Cocoa Rice Krispies, and then I go the Reese's peanut butter cereal. And then I'm laying in bed, and I'm all wired from sugar, and my belly is filled with delicious grains. Sure, you guys have learned way too much about cereal over the past 8-9 months, but that's what we do. We are together. Yeah, the background, you could see it like behind me. The DraftKings background, like, how's it? Go!
It's Junior.
Go!
It's Junior.
164 yards now for Watson.
Dude,
Duke
she sent you something.
Johnson Jr.
on Twitter. Just check it out.
Okay.
But yeah, Duke JJ almost took that to the yard.
Now, yeah, that'd be great now if they could do David Johnson. That's what I'm looking for. Under 7 minutes to play in the third quarter. Shout out to so Damon Langdon over on YouTube says, can you give a shout out to my friend Emily sitting here catching the game with me? She's kind of digging this stuff. Hell yeah,
Emily.
man. Emily, welcome to the family. You are one of us now. You cannot leave. It is good to have you here. My name is Emerson. His name is Reid. We talk anything and everything here. Is there something on your mind, Emily?
Yeah, give us a topic, Emily.
Sports related or non-sports related? Are you looking for some advice? You have a big chapter in your life coming up. You need some help. We are here to help you.
Are you confused that Rhode Island is neither a road nor an island? Discuss. Are you confused about that?
Yes, we are like Delilah. Remember Delilah on the radio?
Feeling a little verklempt.
Delilah.
Oh, Delilah. The smooth, velvety voice of Delilah. Right, you'd be going home at some weird hour at night, like at 10:47. She'd be on, talking about things. Give you some Tony Braxton.
Bro, oh my God.
Right?
What is that about?
Yeah, so everyone who can't see Emerson, which is everybody, except for us, behind the scenes, I sent Emerson Nate Burleson's tweet. Our good friend from Good Morning Football.
Good friend of DraftKings. Fairbairn drills a field goal. And also good friend of yours, because you've joined them multiple times over on the NFL Network.
Well, I mean, that's the stretch, but yes. I wouldn't call us good friends, but I appreciate that. But he has a picture of Kyle Brandt working out, and I knew Emerson would appreciate this. Kyle Brandt is shredded. And I remember seeing him last year in person. He wasn't like this.
No. So there's two kinds of people in quarantine. Those who kind of like let themselves go, and then others who are like, I'm going to use this opportunity to get in shape. I got a ton of those friends.
I'm one of the former. I'll let it go, Emerson.
This is amazing.
Right?
He's big, and he is a beefy son of a gun.
No, Madison. Just go on Twitter and go to Nate Burleson's Twitter account, at Nate Burleson, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Everybody
Jay Barbs, I remember that. I was with Nate on one of these sims. I think that was like our first celebrity one that we did. I did one with Nate, and then I did one with Michael Rappaport as Zeke is nearing the 100-yard rushing bonus. Do you want to like retweet them? We could send people to your Twitter. I mean, like, if you guys want to look at a jacked shirtless dude, it is there for the taking. Mo, how big is he, Emerson? Jacked.
And then there's this one. Emerson, I just put in the Slack channel.
Second. Oh, God.
Everyone, go to the Hungry Boy Twitter account. I don't need the... You guys could... I don't want to take all the traffic away from these accounts to do this. At @the_Summerman. This is...
It's a real Zeke show out here, guys. He has hit the 100-yard bonus.
Zeke is a beast. I kind of like him this week.
You do.
Like in this
Is
game.
Is it you and me on the sweat this weekend?
Is it just us?
I'm hosting it. I'm hosting it this weekend, and I will set up the backdrop for it.
Is it just us on the sweat? Nobody else?
That'd be something else. You want to talk about it? These already go off the rails. You want to put us on actual television? We'll entertain the people of New York City and people all over the country watching us on NBC Sports Plus and then on the Altitude Network.
Wait. Time out. Jimmy B on YouTube says in all caps, Emerson, we need an update on the pool filled with milk. Madison says what?
Yeah, that was... I mentioned it the other night. I said when we can all hang out again, I think we should get the DK Sim fam together. I think we should get everyone here on the Dream Stream together on Twitch and on YouTube. I said, I will fill, or maybe I could get some help, fill an Olympic-sized swimming pool with milk. And then everyone brings like their own cereal. We all kind of just have fun with it and get weird.
You remember when, like earlier in the show where I said, I want to know what happens in your mind when you were a 3-year-old? I feel like I just got an insight. That's where your mind goes. You're like that movie Inside Out, where they go to the imagination, no?
Let me tell you something. That is way too emotional.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course.
No, that's the one. It's the one with the feelings and the ball and like the balls, right? Everything. Okay.
Yeah. You remember where Beep Up, or whatever that imaginary friend was, and he goes to that place where, like, it's an imaginary everything. That's what your mind is like.
That's a messed up movie for kids. Because
that's a great movie for kids.
It's too emotional. You have to think, and you start crying, and then you're angry. Then you're confused. I remember watching that with my niece and nephew at the time. I'm like, do you guys understand this? They're like, yeah. And I'm like, I don't. Like, Uncle Matt, why are you crying? There you go, Amari Cooper. No longer on the milk carton. He has arrived.
No longer in the milk pool. By the way, that's disgusting. An Olympic-sized pool of milk without the soggy cereal.
Have yourself a merry little Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. Is it too late now to say a merry? I think it would be great, especially if it was like, we could go full whole milk. Do a little 2% if you want to lean it out a little bit. Everyone's giving shout outs and thanking Amari. Jimmy says he has his Lucky Charms printed Speedo ready. I'll bring Cinnamon Toast Crunch, says Giggle Pigs, which I respect. The goat says whole milk only. Oh, bounce the cat. Come on, dude. I am going to pass on the milk and cereal in the pool. Thank you very much.
Yeah, same.
All right, whatever, man.
You couldn't even swim in that. Not that you want to. What kind of spoon would you be using?
I'd use my mouth. I don't even need a spoon.
How would you put your mouth in the? So you'd be in the pool.
I could get in the pool like shallow and have my head like level, my mouth level with the surface, and just open it up and go around scooping it, almost like my mouth would be like the pool net.
You're like Pac-Man.
Yeah. Yes, I am Pac-Man in the pool. Pac-Man and his Speedo.
So let me get this straight. There's 1,000 people in the DK SimFam Friends League.
Yeah.
1,100. So if 1,100 RSVP, yes, there's going to be 1,100 bodies in that pool of milk and cereal.
Sure.
Including yours.
I love Chris Brumwell says a literal Milky Way. Yes. Yeah, but it's an Olympic-sized pool, and not everyone's going to want to get involved, so it's fine.
Okay, let's cut that in half. 500 people. 550.
There's a plenty, and everyone stays in their spot. And no peeing in the pool.
Oh, right? Yeah. Can you trust everyone to not pee in the pool?
I don't know. There's always one.
Yeah. And you know who that one is.
There is always one. Oh, get the hell out of here. It's Samir.
You're right. It's usually Samir. You're right. I apologize.
I've known Samir for years. I've taken dips in pools with him multiple times. And like when you're having a conversation with him, it's when he stops like talking and just kind of gets this like look on his face. I'm like, I know what you're doing, dude. And I get out.
You've been in multiple pools with Samir.
Yeah.
To know that he has a look on his face like a child. He's about to be in the pool. Oh, Emily, are you still around? Do you like these conversations? Did we lose Emily? I repeat. Shh. Houston, come back.
Emily's like, that's going to be a no for me, dog. Peace. We just go from 567 viewers to 566.
Anyway, Blake Bell, so, nothing.
Yeah, what the hell? I trusted Blake Bell. Instead, it's Blake Jarwin delivering, which makes sense. Tight end one here, but 24-13. One more quarter to go. You guys just have to put up with us for one more quarter. You can do it. If you feel like hammering the like button, let's do it. Let's do it one more time. One more time in 2020. You guys have been there for us every step of the way. You put up with us. But we're a family. We're one big, happy, dysfunctional family. It's kind of like my real life family. Germ says tag. Tag is it over on Twitch with P in the pool.
Pirate Spence says the award for the strangest chat goes to. I would say, Pirate, that this is not the weirdest conversation that we've had, either on or off camera. This is pretty tame. Which is usually consists of Emerson having an idea like this and me just wanting to figure out the logic that goes behind the idea.
Oh, dude, what a great time, man. What an absolute great time.
Spencer S says, as long as we wear diapers, we don't got to worry about the pee.
Geez.
Spencer, you ever had a wet diaper before, man? Or a wet anything? It's no bueno.
Yeah, gets real raw. Beat on Walk says, had a wonderful year. Thank you guys. And I hope you have a wonderful new year. Right back at you. Hope everyone is safe tonight. Sure, it's not going to feel like years past as Watson picks up a big gain there on the ground. He already has a rushing touchdown. He's up to 43 yards now on 6 carries. They got some work to do down 11. Still a 2-score game.
Score here. 2-point conversion. You got a shot. With Greg the Leg being able to hit it from 90 yards, basically, it'll be a tough task for Houston to come back.
First and goal. One more.
Oh.
Premature juking. This sim in the Dream Stream has come full circle. That was such an issue in the 2020 edition.
Oh, we were brand new at it.
Second and goal.
Cooks is open.
Second and goal from the 2. Do it! Don't
No.
go outside, David.
Take it inside. There was a big hole. Jalen Smith with that tackle. Your friend, good friend of the pod.
Awesome friend. Awesome friend. I took my car through a car wash the other day. Every time I go through a car wash now, I think of Jalen Smith.
I haven't been in a car wash in years.
I had to, man. The car was all salty and
Has anything changed?
Oh my God! Did he even hold on to that long enough?
Is that what? Oh
yes, Captain! Oh, Captain! My man!
Compliments to the chef.
Yes, indeed. In the kitchen, wrist twisting like a stir fry.
Some say Brandon got in the end zone.
There he is. Bring it on. Bring it on, baby.
No, it's a true question. Andrew on the ones and twos. Has anything changed about car washes?
No. Like the ones you do yourself, right? You just cruise in.
Yeah.
Nope. Same old thing.
I feel like there's an opportunity there. You get a nice little crazy car wash, like an immersive experience.
Do the hot wax, little tire treatment. Speaking of hot wax, I got my brow waxing appointment is tomorrow.
Ooh, starting off the new year fresh. I need to clean these caterpillars up, man. They're getting wily.
Mine coming in hot.
There was a good portion of the chat or of these games where you and I, the focal point of these games were our foreheads and our eyebrows.
I mean, for the most part, we're pretty well-groomed dudes.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Like I've seen you without a shirt on. You're pretty well-groomed. Like you got a nice amount of cheddar, like the perfect amount of cheddar.
Emerson does not. Smooth as a baby's bottom. Guy spends
No, I'm not.
I can't. Dude, he's so smooth.
No, I'm not. I don't like being straight smooth.
Weird. It's super weird.
No
one likes it. He's the only guy who likes it.
I keep it shorter, but I still have a little bit of a rug.
It's not a rug. It's like Velcro.
That's why when we were hugging, like we couldn't actually physically separate because our chest cheddar sticking to each other.
My hair is like the fuzzy part of the Velcro. Yours is like the spiky part.
Yes.
Perfect. No one ever uses that line in love stories or in a love song. Our love is like two sides of Velcro. Balance the cat. Do Sims have 2-point plays? Like a 2-point conversion? Well, yes, they do.
Yeah, we had a little 2-point conversion just now, didn't we?
Yeah.
To, who was it? Yeah, it was the Fells, Darren Fells.
I'm excited for 2021, Anderson. Should be a good year.
I'm ready for it. I was born for this.
Oh
my God!
Oh!
Lead him next time. He's
Not
one of
my
the faster
babysitter,
dudes.
Billy Fuller.
Yeah, he's one of the faster dudes in this game. Actually, the fastest in this game, 95 speed.
Look at that bomb ski, though. Look at that.
Deep throw accuracy, 86 by Deshaun Watson.
I mean, it's kind of hard to lead someone on a 60-yard pass.
No, it's not. Not if you have. He has 91 throwing power.
Okay,
He's a quarterback in the NFL. You should be able to throw 60 yards easily. I could easily throw 60 yards.
No, you cannot. Not with the, no way.
Now, maybe not with 300-pound dudes coming at me and screaming.
No one's coming at you, and I'll give you 5 to 10 opportunities to do it, and you won't do it.
Okay.
60 yard, it has to go past 60 yards. Not dribble like your drives just past 250, and you claim it's a 300-yard drive. It has to surpass on the fly 60 yards.
Okay.
You ain't doing it.
Okay.
Coward.
All right. And I'll do
a regulation-sized NFL ball.
I'll do it when
Here we go. None of this deflated stuff like your boy. A regular.
I'm sorry, Trevor Lawrence doesn't deflate balls, bro.
Oh.
That's my boy. Let's go. Get in there. 3.5 minutes to play. David Johnson up to 20 yards on 7 carries. They're at the 2-yard line. Hand it off to him. My guy wants it.
Come on now. I say this is going to Brandon Cooks. That's what I got. Brandon Cooks.
I'd be cool with that. Got 4 plays to score it.
Oh, keeper.
Okay.
Oh
my God, he fumbles it. Oh, and it escaped at my Cooks. He returns it for the touchdown. You called it.
And it's not under 2 minutes, so you can advance the ball. Yes.
Oh, my.
What is going on with this
God.
game? Thank you, Justin. On YouTube, it's a nice call. You're welcome, everybody.
Go ahead, Joe Frangelico. Add it to my lineup.
Put it on the board.
My man, Cooks. Just over 23 points. In Das captain spot.
There's still a lot of time, Emerson. A lot of time. 3 timeouts on each side. And a 2-minute warning. Dallas will come back, and it's going to come out to be a shootout. A shootout in these here parts.
I love Texas.
Oh.
So Houston coming back. They were down 11. They scored the touchdown. Convert the 2 points. Marchdale. Oh my God, I'm burping up oatmeal.
What did you just drink?
It's water. It's that real fancy water from Wegmans.
Oh.
And kicked the field goal. Where the scored the touchdown. Where am I?
two very different things.
Wait a minute. So they just scored 2 touchdowns. That's all I have to say. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Son of a bitch. I just need to not overthink it. I was literally trying to think back to how they scored. I couldn't remember it. I'm like, stall. And then my head's like, oh, forget it. Just give up.
The exact opposite thing happened. Not the exact opposite.
Field goal?
Getting to field goal. You see Emerson trying to do the arithmetic. Wait a second. How is that possible? At any rate, yes. 2 touchdowns.
Thank you.
15 points.
This has been a pretty good sim. Been a pretty good sim on the field. We've had some great conversation with the DK Sim fam as well. Everyone on the Dream Stream. Look at Amari Cooper's X Factor, bottom of your screen, folks. It is lit. It is wild. It is on fire.
Oh, no.
Where's this the football?
Oh,
but it is recovered by his offensive lineman.
Theodore P. I agree. This has to be one of the best sims ever. Yeah.
I think it's one of the more well-rounded sims. Like, in terms of crazy plays, the on-field product, 2 of the best in the broadcasting booth, 4 of the best behind the scenes with Andrew on the 1s and 2s, producer Madison, and then Joe and Frangelico. the conversation, the likes, the comments.
Yeah.
Twitch, YouTube, Game Center, life.
Yeah.
The last day of 2020.
Oh.
Dak winding up.
Oh.
Oh. Is that Lamb? Is that his first catch? Third for 45. Good. Whatever, man.
Well. Look at what we have here.
That's right. We got ourselves a ball game. Now, they don't want to score too quickly.
Well, you want to score.
Yes.
Don't do that. Don't try and just
No,
you gotta score.
just score the touchdown.
Oh, nice.
Amari.
Nice play. Tick to tick, though. 2 timeouts. They got time.
Mo says we want overtime. So could be tough. Maybe they score here. They're up 3. Houston finds a way to march down and Fairbairn deliver the game-time field goal. We're getting way ahead of ourselves here because we've already seen Dak fumble on this drive, but it was recovered by his own team. There is Lamb again now, 4 catches on the day. We don't want to mess around too much here, guys.
Time is a ticking. You're not using your timeout here. You're playing pretty much inside the numbers. So you got to go. Quick
40
oh, got him.
seconds, baby. Finds him.
What a
Run it.
my
North-south, 3rd receiving touchdown for Michael Gallup.
Oh, my God.
Dude absorbs the pigskin. Dude gallops into the end zone. Dude delivers points for your lineup. Oh, God. I can't even imagine what this guy has now.
3 timeouts for Houston. Latzia.
Right? All you need is 3. Push this thing to OT. Gallup, by the way, north of 43 points in the captain spot.
Woo.
So that's 1.5 times the salary. You get 1.5 times the points. 3 receiving touchdowns on 5 receptions. That's 60% of his receptions have gone for touchdowns.
Wow.
58 receiving yards. You're damn right.
Wow.
You're damn right. That was good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good. Get out of here.
Out of here with that.
Freak of Nature originally stated he wanted a 70-yard field goal. Now he's bringing it to an 80-yard field goal.
Well, you got to go. Well, I mean, 3 timeouts. You don't have to go very far for Kaimi indoors on the turf. Home field. Look at that line, though, from Watson. 19 for 22, 280, and just 1 touchdown through the air.
So we're closing in on that 300-yard bonus, my dude. What's he going to do? All right, well, they don't have to burn a timeout, right? Germ says the Twitch fam beating YouTube in the head-to-head holiday contest. So that I think that's become a thing, right? I think YouTube and Twitch have been having some fun, friendly rivalries inside the DK SimFam League. If you're like Reid and you're not a member of that league, you got to let us know so we can shoot you an invite. Reid is now an official member. It's like 1,100 people.
I'm not paying my dues, though. I'm not paying my dues.
You don't have to. Just your presence. Like, we're lucky to have you.
Happy to be here.
ReidT's Did You Know says it's not friendly.
Oh,
I guess
friendly.
Twitch and YouTube are, there's a lot of tension there.
It's like you and Billy, huh?
No, it's not me. No, not me and Billy. It's Billy and everyone else on the team because people can read right through that. Oh, Watson, baby.
Oh.
Incomplete. That would have been right inside Fairbairn territory.
Needed that. Needed it.
Fernando De Leon. Shaking my head. Why did I fade Gallup? What was I thinking? I don't know, man. You and me both.
Dude, he's in my captain spot.
Yeah, your imaginary captain spot on this imaginary roster. Careful. Randall Cobb.
20, 30 more yards.
Straight out of Compton.
Oh.
This is interesting. You're likely sweating it out with us here. X Factor's heating up.
There he goes.
Watson, you can do it. You have 2 timeouts. This is some pretty decent clock management right now. I'm going to give it to him. Realizing you still got a couple lifelines with the 2 timeouts. Maybe phone a friend, go 50-50. Ask the audience.
Now, do you run it here, Emerson? Or do you pass
If it's wide open and you can pick up 10 yards and just get to that red line, which is the target line, there you go.
Don't fumble.
No, that's a good point. So now, no timeouts left. 9 seconds to go. You got to bring out. You got to bring out the kicker. Going to be about a 54-yard field goal.
I don't know.
I don't know either, man.
There he goes. Oh, nice. Nice.
Not so fast, my friend.
Think about it. Think about it, Kaimi.
Yeah. Think about what you're about to do. You've got the pressure of the DK Sim fam and the Dream Stream on your shoulders. From 55 yards to push this thing to overtime.
Got it.
Fairbairn up.
Oh, he missed
Fairbairn
it.
misses it.
That had enough leg, right?
Kaimi.
Oh, he pushed it to the right.
Oh, no, baby. What is you doing?
Oh, Lace is out. Einhorn. It's Finkel. Finkel is Einhorn. Come on.
Finkel is Fairbairn. Fairbairn is Finkel. Uh-oh, if the Thunder don't get you, said I got both kickers. Yeah, sorry, potato chip.
Wow. Wow. What a game.
That was awesome.
Whew.
That was pretty sick. Not going to lie.
That took a breather.
As I'm watching, there's 666 people watching. Everyone make a wish.
Okay,
That's how you do what we just did, brother. So Watson coming up 3 yards shy of the 300-yard passing bonus. I know. Kind of frustrating. I have him too. But we know, you've already said who your Krusty Kaufman player of the game is going to be, no matter what anyone else did. Even though Gallup had 3 receiving touchdowns, are you going to stick to your word? Are you a man of your word, or are you a coward and a liar?
Of course, it's Greg Zuerlein. Watson had 10 for 73 rushing. Zeke had 18 for 120 rushing. Amari, 5 for 52 and a touchdown. Gallup, 5 for 58 and 3 touchdowns. And you know what? None of that matters. None of it matters, because when you got the quads, the hamstrings, the calf muscles, the hip flexors, when Gregory Zuerlein, he gets the game ball. 60 yards. You put up 60 yards on one kick, you get it. Doesn't matter if you lose by 50. That's it. You get it.
And how about the babysitter Billy? I'm still single. I destroy friendship. Not my kid, player of the game.
Maybe CeeDee Lamb.
Okay.
Like,
what, it was like 4
but he
catches,
had
right?
4 catches, yeah. He had 4 catches.
Yeah.
But, like, who else would it be? Because everyone else that was, like, in the top 5. I'm looking at the top 5 roster.
Wait. Why don't you stick to kickers and go Fairbairn, because he missed the potential game-tying field goal? Just do that. Go all kickers. Do it.
No, I won't. I'm sticking with
No.
CD Lamb. No.
Oh, all right. Well, honorable mention will be from me, and I'm going to go Fairbairn as my babysitter Billy. Terrible person, player of the game.
Sticking with CD Lamb, producer Madison. That is C as
CD
in
Lamb.
CD, D as
CD.
in DD.
She has no idea what a CD is.
True. She's more of a cassette girl. Remember when you used to roll your fingers to rewind it?
Yeah. Also, thank you very much, Mr. Yvette Pride. 3 out of 5 is 60%. This guy Emerson is a genius. I love that. Thank you for recognizing that. You're blessed to be here. All right, coming up, 2 more games, guys. 2 more games. There are, here we go. Tony A is asking, are there Sims Saturday, Emerson? So no Sims tomorrow. Everybody enjoy the first day of 2021. Go do whatever it is that you do on a Friday, New Year's Day. Be safe. But we got 3 in the afternoon on Saturday. And then we got the sweat and leaderboard live all day Sunday. Kind of back to our whole routine starting next week.
Yep.
2 more Sims today, though, guys. I gotta make it through all these shirtless pics you posted in Slack of Kyle to go to the schedule. 2 o'clock, Raiders at the Colts, Cough and Christian, then Cough and Brandon, 4 o'clock, Vikings at the Cardinals, and that'll do it here for the Dream Stream in 2020. So I hope everyone has a great New Year's Eve. You guys have been awesome. I love the hell out of you. Thanks for showing us love and supporting us. Thanks for allowing us to lean on you. We are here always for you to lean on us. ReidTFowler, I know, appreciates the hell out of you as well.
Yep. Yeah, this has been a blast. 2020. We tried to make it the best we could, Emerson. So hopefully you guys loved all of this, because we sure have enjoyed our time immensely on these Sims. So appreciate it.
Happy New Year, everybody. I will see everybody back here on Sunday. I'll be doing the sweat with this guy.
Oh, yeah.
So I'll see you then. Enjoy the final 2 Sims of the New Year. And thank you again to Andrew on the 1s and 2s, producer Madison, to Joe and Frangelico from the Ops team. Big old dream team here on the Dream Stream. Much love. Be safe. Happy New Year, everybody.
Peace.
there, DK Sim fam. Great to be back with you, and great to be with Christian DeAndrea. It's been a hot minute, buddy. I'm Adam Kaufman. How long's it been?
I don't know. I just know that my heart would have been empty if I had to go into a new year without seeing your lovely face in that beautiful backsplash of bobbleheads and DVDs cough. So I feel so much better now that I know that you and I have one last chance to say goodbye to this wretched banshee of a year 2020 with the Raiders and the Colts, which is certainly a game, sure.
And that will be, I think, kind of a theme today for all of you out there listening, because we only have 2 Sims left in the calendar year 2020. This one and the next. This, of course, being the Madden Matinee. How fitting that we have producer Madison doing the production work along with Drew on the 1s and 2s. And, of course, we've got our great Game Mobs team. We'll, shout everybody out over the course of this thing. But in the interest of time, I guess, and lineups locking and all that good stuff, what do you got for the free roll here?
Well, the good news is we know how this game played out in real life, a non-divisional matchup between the Colts and the Raiders, and the Colts ran all over Las Vegas, almost called them Oakland, old hat. But yeah, Nyheim Hines and Jonathan Taylor, more than 200 yards between them on only 27 carry. Won't see any Jonathan Taylor in this game. He's not a sim beast, but Nyheim Hines got him in the captain's spot. Also got T.Y. Hilton, who had 86 yards and 2 touchdowns in that real-life game. I got him in there as well, and I have both tight ends because you don't fade the murder hornet here in he had a pretty good game, yeah.
We got a pretty different-looking lineup, actually, which is always fun. So I opted to captain Derek Carr. Got to have Nyheim Hines because he's hashtag team always play. Not quite so the same as the man in 20 days, but you got to have him. Also have Tyrell Williams, who, of course, we've not seen in real life in north of a season at this point. Darren Waller, who you mentioned, feel like he's a fixture, a Pro Bowler in real life and deserving of attention here in Madden Sims. And then that means paying down for a couple of guys when you load up the way I did. So I've got Paris Campbell and Jalen Richard. We'll see how the balance goes.
Yeah, I got Richard in there as well. He was the perfect little punt play towards the end, but it's Hines, Hilton, Tyrell, Darren Waller, Trey Burton, Jalen Richard. So a decent amount of overlap, even though our captains are very, very different. For me, it's that Colts defense. It scares me, especially with a guy who doesn't have optimal big play stats like Derek Carr, although he has big play Tyrell Williams here in Simland. That could be all the difference. This is typically I would be a little bit afraid of Darren Waller, but this Colts team has shut down every other tight end but Waller, 7 for 75 when these two teams met in the regular season. I remember telling Emerson he's going up against the Murder Hornet in old season fantasy. He was very, very worried, very concerned. I was like, don't even worry about it, buddy. You're fine. It's the Colts defense. No tight end shines against the Colts defense. Just an indicator of how good Darren Waller has been is that he still found a way to come up with like 15 fantasy points in that showdown with Indianapolis. A Vegas loss, sure, but what hasn't been towards the end of this season?
Well, thank you all for being here with us for the middle of 3 Sims to conclude 2020. Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman, as mentioned, producer Madison, Drew on the 1s and 2s. We got a big catch here for 22 yards. Phillip Rivers connecting with T.Y. Hilton to start this thing off out to the 46. So that quickly, the Colts moved themselves into Raiders territory. We also have Joe and Frangelico on Game Ops. So thank you all for hanging out. And most especially, of course, thanks to all of you in the DK Sim fam for being with us. Appreciate all of the birthday wishes nice and early. What could be better than that? Smash that like button, closing in on 200 already. A handoff here and a run for just a couple of yards by Marlon Mack, who, as we know, has been out since week 1, dealing with an Achilles injury. So Simland, though, is very different for the power back. 14 touchdowns, 20-plus points a couple of times. But we can talk a little bit about both these teams, other teams, playoff race. You know, if anyone has any DFS questions going into the weekend or season long, if for some reason you're in a league that has a championship in week 17, hopefully you don't. A lot of guys are out this weekend, as we know, but in particular, these Colts, Christian, 10-5, tied for first in the AFC South. They've got Jacksonville on Sunday in a game that will, of course, play a huge role in determining whether or not they make the playoffs. They've won 3 out of their last 4, but sit as the bubble team currently in the AFC, 8th in the conference, technically, though, tied record-wise with Tennessee, Miami, Baltimore, and Cleveland. And for anyone that hasn't been paying attention today, the Dolphins hit with a big blow. Ryan Fitzpatrick out this weekend, COVID, but they have done the contact tracing, and no one else impacted on that Miami team. There were fears, obviously, that Tua would also be out, being QB room and all, but he's going to be fine. Fitzpatrick, a no-go.
Yeah, very unfortunate because Fitz coming in as the closer. He's the guy that can step up, take the risks that Tua is not yet making. Although, maybe that's what they drilled all this week. They're trying to get that message through to his rookie skull. Take those risks, make those big plays downfield, throw it downfield, see what happens instead of all these checkdowns, these short-range passes. Because you don't want him to be, Hawaiian Brock Osweiler. You want him to take some of that Fitzmagic. His big breakthrough run here, Marlon Mack.
See you later.
Wow.
35-yard score for an ultimate value play. $3,200 in the flex coming in, getting about 8 points of sim, and the power back's got himself his 15th touchdown in Simland. Now that is how you start off a game.
Wow. And you know what? I was looking, it was between him and Jalen Richard, the RB2s that had that great value, and Mack immediately put the team on his back, going up against that pitiful Raiders rush defense and making them pay as the Colts take an early 6-0 lead here.
Gorgeous. We'll check in with our lineups and all that good stuff as well. But first, it is not Adam Vinatieri, as I always want to say, just in tribute, if nothing else. Rodrigo Blankenship with the kick. He's getting 5 points of sim. It's 7-0. The Colts in front. The Raiders will get the ball for the first time with 5.5 to go opening quarter.
This Colts team, they've been a lot of fun to watch in real life, especially lately, because they have gotten T.Y. Hilton back to his old form. I didn't think it was possible, Cole. I thought T.Y. was washed. I thought his game was too speed dependent. He's getting older, could not break away. But over his last 5 games, 24 catches, 408 yards. If you put that over a full season, he'd go for 77, 1,300 yards, 13 touchdowns. It's really difficult to understate just how important he's been, and Phillip Rivers has gone along with him. Over that span, he's got a 105 passer rating. He looks recharged, re-energized, no longer the effort I'm throwing downfield guy he was maybe earlier in the season, and definitely in his last season with the Chargers. So been really nice to see the effect that Phillip Rivers has had on T.Y. Hilton and vice versa. If this team does make it to the playoff, they're going to be a tough out because – yes, they have a veteran quarterback that knows what he's doing. Yes, they have a pretty exciting core of veteran and young playmakers. But for me, it's the unit that we're seeing right here. This defense, so many playmakers. DeForest Buckner up front, Darius Leonard right behind him, and a pretty potent secondary, although not on that play, as bang, bang. Making me feel foolish, Henry Ruggs for 31 yards downfield.
Flashing some of that 98 speed that the 12th overall pick out of Alabama's got. 9 touchdowns in Simland for Ruggs, who comes in with about a dozen points per sim. He's crossed over the 20 threshold 4 times. Really a boomer bust player in real life, kind of in these sims too, but certainly in real life is very boomer bust, and more bust, unfortunately, for the rookie here in year 1. But there have been injuries and things like that come into play as well. It's not as though the guy is a bust of a draft pick or anything like that. Loads of potential. We just didn't really get to see it this season.
Yeah, I think part of it, too, is that you're dealing with a risk-averse passer, and part of the reason they brought in Ruggs was to give Derek Carr more of a reason to throw downfield, and Ruggs just really hasn't had the targets that you would expect. He's getting out-targeted by his own running back. Only 40 times Derek Carr and Marcus Mariota have looked his way, so really just a matter of the reps not really being there for him. Maybe he's not getting open downfield. I'd have to take a deeper look, but you got to imagine that Derek Carr is kind of risk-averse playmaking. He's a guy with a high percentage rate, but also a very close to the line of scrimmage kind of philosophy when it comes to throwing the ball. Those 2 factors definitely playing a role in Henry Ruggs being a little bit of a disappointment if you burn some dynasty draft slots on him in your fantasy leagues.
Derek Carr loves him here, though. That's 2 catches by Ruggs for 43 yards on the only passes from Carr so far, converted on the 3rd and 3 right there. So we got a 1st and 10, a little more than midway through the opening quarter, 25-yard line. The Raiders trying to even this thing up. Only touchdown, if you're joining us late, by Marlon Mack. It was a long run, so paying off his salary right away and then some, and not doing much there. Jalen Richard, who has 5 yards on the ground, another cheaper running back. 2 carries for him so far. So circling back to the Colts, because we know the Raiders at 7-8, 7-8 their record, 2nd in the AFC West, but still not going to the playoffs after losing 5 out of their last 6 to kind of fall out of the hunt. 4th straight year out of the postseason for the new Las Vegas Raiders, as you noted before. Something that's easy to want to still call them Oakland, obviously. But these Colts still very much alive. How's this going to play out? Tennessee, Miami, Baltimore, Cleveland, Indianapolis. One of those teams is not going to make it. Who's it going to be?
Just because of history, I want to say it's going to be the Browns, but I do not see them losing to Mason Rudolph, especially Myles Garrett may just rip him apart at the waist and tear him in half and basically Conan the Barbarian the way through his household and village afterwards. So I think the Browns are going to be in. It's a tough question, Cock, just because there's so many scenarios.
Yeah, and it's obviously I'm not going to outline all the tie-breaking procedures and everything like that for everybody, bore them to tears. But, as we know, obviously, if it, simply put, if 4 of them win and 1 loses, there's your answer right there.
Yeah, exactly. And the Dolphins really do have that tough matchup. Tua going up against an above-average defense. The Bills not quite as scary as they were on that side of the ball in 2019, but have more than made up for that with a high-flying offense. Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs. They're going to put Miami to the test, and I think Miami only wins that game if it's a kind of a low-scoring affair, especially without Fitzmagic in the lineup. And obviously, there are reasons to be concerned about the Dolphins really kind of needing a miracle just to beat the Raiders. So it does seem to me, at least, the safe bet for the odd man out in the AFC playoff race is going to be those Dolphins. But we will see. I mean, it's been a crazy year, basically in every category, every way you can look at it. So there's a chance that Miami gets it, and somehow, let's say, the Ravens are on the odd end out, and they lose to the Bengals.
A field goal good by Daniel Carlson, by the way. So it is 7-3 Indy and back with the ball. Nice little string of messages between folks in the DraftKings conference room. So El Paso number 1 says, isn't Mr. Goggles the AFC Pro Bowl kicker? LOL, to which Giggle Pigs replies here, Mr. Goggles is the name of the kangaroo that tried to take me down in 3rd grade. Could we not reference him, please?
Sure. Fair enough, man. We didn't know. We should have trigger warned that one.
CEH has a question for you, Train Island. What's the Colts' future at QB? We know long-term it's not Phillip Rivers, but is it Rivers beyond this year since he's kind of a year-to-year guy right now?
I think it is. I think that, the way he's kind of fallen into a groove lately, earlier it looked like this may be his last season or he may move on, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. Now, we haven't heard anything outright from Phillip Rivers, but just understanding his personality, one, he is the most Indianapolis man ever created. I understand he has never lived there before this year, but that man is a pork tenderloin smothered in ranch dressing. That is who Phillip Rivers is. You got to imagine that he is not only happy with Indianapolis and raising his brood of children there, but also happy in this offense. He's surrounded by playmakers. The blocking is good. His sack rate is reasonable. He's not getting pummeled behind the line of scrimmage, and he's clicking. He's having one of his better years. So if he wants to come back, and I think he will, I believe the Colts will make room for him. And I think this is a situation where Indianapolis maybe spends a 2nd rounder, a 3rd rounder on a possible quarterback in the future, someone like Mac Jones from Alabama, maybe Trey Lance if he continues to kind of fall down draft boards, could be the guy they trade up for. But yeah, other than that, it's I can't really see this team going out and adding a high-profile quarterback like they did with Rivers this year. I don't think they'll kick him to the curb and go after like Dak Prescott if he's available, or go after Man, I don't even know who else would be available on the free agent market that would make sense. Like Cam Newton, that's not going to happen. That's not going to be the case. I think
Andy Dalton, Jameis
Andy
Winston.
Dalton,
You have Jacoby Brissett there already.
Yeah, but Brissett is going to be a free agent. He could find his way back to the. There's a chance, Koff, that the Patriots quarterback room in 2021 is Jimmy.
It looks like it did a few years ago.
Jimmy Garoppolo and Jacoby Brissett, and maybe Jarrett Stidham behind all that is a Renfro carry there for a first down. I do think that there's a very high probability the Patriots go back to the future and get either Brissett or Garoppolo, both of whom will be available for a limited cost. Hats have all that salary cap space, and a pretty reasonable deal for Garoppolo could make sense for the 49ers. They want to clear some cap space off their books. Brissett, free agent and probably not going to be super expensive. Can't see him getting more money than, say, Marcus Mariota did from the Raiders last time. So, it's going to be a really interesting offseason, obviously, but for the Colts, got to think it's going to be another year of Phillip Rivers, another 1 year, 25, maybe even 30 million deal to stay in his spiritual home of Indianapolis.
So you're reading right through all the coach speak then. Kyle Shanahan saying the other day that for the Niners to move on from Jimmy Garoppolo, they'd better have a pretty good replacement lined up.
Yeah, they don't have a pretty good replacement lined up, but the drop-off from Garoppolo to a C.J. Beathard or Nick Mullins is not big enough to really justify paying Garoppolo the amount they are, especially when you consider how much salary cap space they have tied up already. So I think that there is some logic there. If the Patriots come call and they're like, listen, man, we'll give you a third rounder for Jimmy G. We'll give you one of our many compensatory picks for him. I think the Niners would at least very strongly consider it, but maybe Kyle Shanahan's going to look back and go, you know what, this guy was one quarter away from being a Super Bowl champion. He was like 4 different missed targets of George Kittle away from ruling over the NFL and possibly being a Super Bowl MVP. Maybe he doesn't consider it, but I think this season Jimmy G and the flaws that kind of presented themselves earlier going to make San Francisco at least look into trading away the quarterback they thought would be their franchise guy.
So do you think then Garoppolo is who he is, or that if he, and I don't want to attack Shanahan, I think Shanahan's a good coach, but if he were reunited with Bill Belichick, who is undoubtedly and undisputedly a better coach, that he could be coached up? Obviously Belichick feels that way, but do you think that's true of Garoppolo?
I think he would be a league average quarterback in New England. I think it would be slightly better maybe than he's been, just because he's been such a frustrating presence. If you don't, he's had some nice skill players around him, and obviously the Patriots would have to build pretty heavily on that side of the ball to give him targets that can rival a Deebo Samuel or Raheem Mostert, guys that can really add that kind of presence. But I do think he would be better in a return to New England. I kind of get the feeling that he's just running up against a wall in San Francisco at this point. But that said, he was a guy who came out and went 13-3 as a starter, completed nearly 70% of his passes, had a 2-to-1 touchdown interception ratio, was a very efficient guy, even if he wasn't taking big risks downfield, was not a playmaker. If he's more of a game manager than a gunslinger, that is fine. Just he needs to figure out who the hell he is in order to kind of get back to that area. And this year's Niners were kind of trapped in limbo because he didn't really know what to do.
Steven says, Christian, you're a beast of info. Appreciate.
Steven, thank you. We appreciate you no matter where you're watching today on New Year's Eve. Koff and I, so grateful to have you here. Without you guys, there is no Dream Stream, and this is just a delightful source of income, sitting here talking football with our friends. Like, this is, I love it in the off season, but in the regular season it's great too, because instead of just throwing out hypotheticals and what ifs, we can actually talk about the season, talk about what we've seen. I am a big fan.
So, not to ask what may sound like an idiotic question in these times that we're living in, but do you have any New Year's Eve plans?
I do not. I kind of hate New Year's Eve, Koff. It's like
even when the world is normal, it's just not a night that you enjoy.
Exactly. It's always like hyped up, and it never ends well. Like, it's always just kind of a letdown. Like, the only New Year's Eves I really enjoyed, like I had a friend get married on New Year's Eve 4 years ago.
Yeah, me too. It was like a decade and a half ago or something, but same here, which is
And
fun.
then, another New Year's Eve, we never anywhere to go. A friend of a friend's step-parents were getting married, and they're like, yeah, come on over. We got all this food. So we just ate a whole bunch of food and watched a couple 50-year-olds, slow dance. And I was like, all right, this is a pretty good wedding. We just get hammered here and eat all this Italian buffet spread. So it's basically it. Like, unless I have the barest expectations, New Year's Eve is always going to be a disappointment. It might come down to my high school girlfriend. I was so excited. It's first time in my life. I'm going to have someone to kiss when the ball drops. And I'm like, I'll tell her. It's like, yeah, well, I can't wait. First time ever. You and I'm going to have someone I can hold on to, someone I can kiss on New Year's Eve, midnight, bang. And she's like, about that. Terrible ever since.
What does about that mean? Just no interest?
He's like, no, we're done. We're done.
Yes. Girlfriend no more. Yeah. And Rexy all these years later. We're going to have a relatively long field goal try right here. 40-plus yards, and it is good. Congrats if you got Daniel Carlson. He's the only one really doing anything on the Raiders side. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm with you at your core, which is that I'm not really a New Year's guy either. And I've done, in my years, I've done pretty much all extremes of New Year's. Like I did New Year's in South Beach with a bunch of buddies one year. I've done house parties. I've done the bar scene. I've done the, do nothing, like just as is more typical, by the way, as I continue to get older and have kids. It's we're definitely in that rhythm the last few years of, maybe you go out for dinner with friends and families and that sort of thing, but you're still in your house, kids in bed, and hell, maybe you're in bed like well before midnight. So the excitement of New Year's and watching the ball drop and being out and whatever else, the Miami scene, like that's way behind me. But I never really got into it in the first place. It's just kind of something like I feel like I should do this when you're young and impressionable enough that you sort of kowtow to that peer pressure. But now I just I don't know. Maybe part of it too. I prefer to call myself frugal. In reality, I'm probably cheap. I don't feel like I need to go to the bar and like the one time a year you got to pay to get into the place, wait in line for however long just to do so, for it to be crowded, and to wait 45 minutes to even get up toward the bar to get yourself a drink. No thanks, not my scene.
That sounds terrible. Yeah, that's awful. The one thing I could get behind, I've never done it out here, but there are a few places that do like the $50 or $75 or $100, and then you get in, it's all you can eat, all you can drink, and they'll do like a shuttle service afterwards. Philip just barely gets that one away, and Hines stretches forward for the first down there. That is the one thing I can get by. We got a great German place down here called the Essen House, and out in Wanakee, the only Wanakee in the world, Kaufman. So if anyone tells you about Wanakee, it's Wanakee, Wisconsin, because there are no other Wanakees. They're very proud of that. But they have a nice little brew pub out there that does like $75. So they have great food. They make their own beer. You just kind of hang out all night. So something like that would make a little bit more sense to me, but honestly, like I don't like being around people in general. Like a little bit like crowd. I'm not a big fan of crowds to begin with.
I don't like people.
Yeah, exactly. This is perfect for me. The interactions are limited. We're friendly but like if you and I are standing, like there's too close. Too close is my issue.
Yeah. I mean, we love that the chat's here. Yeah. But we also know that there are two of us here, and like if we felt so compelled, if we felt overcrowded, we could just ignore everybody else. We're not built that way. We love the people, but we could. Jared says, Koff, I feel like you're going to watch the ball drop in London and call it a night. Australia, probably.
Yeah, just dial up some old taped VHSs of Dick Clark's rocking New Year's Eve and count down the ball with Backstreet Boys. That's what I should do.
I do like to watch the various New Year's Eve countdown shows and flip back and forth just to look for the awkward moments. Like, obviously Mariah Carey a couple years back and things like that stuff is kind of fun. Especially if you got nothing going on. Like more often than not, the kids are in bed. My wife has fallen asleep by like 11. and I'm just sort of sitting there on Twitter with a remote control in my hand.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna watch. I don't even think I'm gonna watch any of the specific program. I'm gonna watch football until football is over, and then it's gonna be like, all right, I'm halfway through season 2 of The Boys. That's probably gonna be how I ring in 2021. Watching Aya Cash be a terrible person and a horrible superhero.
2-minute warning here in the opening half. Travis says, Christian, talk football, get Koff back on track. Damn, the game could end. They wouldn't even know right now. That's because nothing's happened. We're watching, but short of us shouting out a Daniel Carlson field goal, this has been the game so far. 7-6 here in the last little while.
Hey, you guys don't want us to talk New Year's? That's cool, man. Throw some topics into the chat. Let's talk football. Let's talk. Oh, on cue.
That'll get it done. Naheem Hines, 30-yard score. Originally my captain, and then I switched him out for Derek Carr. He's still in the lineup, but not in the captain spot. What a bummer. Touchdown, Colts.
Yeah, it had been a slow start for Hines, but just the wheel route up the gut, and no one covers him. That man is so damn fast, Koff. And just like that, the Colts extend their lead. Still a one-possession game, even pending the extra point. But, well, the Raiders going to have a chance to do something about it. Minute 55 and 3 timeouts left here.
There's that extra point, and it is now 14-6. Raiders getting the ball back. Alana says, New Year's is always so hyped up that it's almost always disappointing. Totally agree. Jordan says, Koff cheap? Shocker. You know, just to, and I know I brought that upon myself, but just to clarify, I'm not remotely cheap when it comes to other people. Like, I'll go out, I'll buy nice presents, I'll be a good tipper. I'm incredibly cheap on myself.
Yeah.
And there's nothing that I hate, and this will not surprise anybody because I'm not a foodie, but a lot of people swing the other way on this. There's nothing I hate spending money on more than food. Like, those, you know, and I'll go out and like have a nice steak from time to time, but I'm not one of those people that like, oh, I gotta go appreciate that $150 meal. No, thanks, I'm good. Give me a sub.
Yeah. So you appreciate a good bargain. I'm 100% on that. There's a difference between deal seeking and miser, and I am the latter category. I am the kind of guy who goes to Costco and looks for the prices that end in the 7. What's being discontinued? What can I get here? What can I buy for the family here?
Yeah. Oh yeah. What could be better in those wholesale stores?
I walk in, I take a deep breath, I go, Christine Baskets was living. She knew.
What are we gonna buy today?
Sometimes I don't even bother with the cart. I just get the hand truck. I'm like, let's go.
Gordon says Koff's a guaranteed fan of the early bird specials. I'm a guaranteed fan of dinner at 4 o'clock. That sounds pretty good. Old man Koff right before your eyes. Jordan says though, okay, topic. Which players actually playing the entire game on Sunday are good to target on DraftKings? Have you looked ahead at the slate?
I have limited, but let's start with the 1 o'clock games. And obviously, you don't want to really deal with the Steelers or the Bills or the Buccaneers. Any teams that have clinched, you might want to stay away from. And any team without anything to play for is going to be a little bit iffy. But you kind of like the guys on that Dolphins team. Yes, they're getting passes thrown to them from Tua, but that run game has been revitalized a little bit, and maybe you go with a little Myles Gaskin coming off a big-time game. His salary is going to be up, but he will have a chance to perform against the Bills defense. Like we said before, not as intimidating as it was last season, and with Tua probably a little shaky and without the threat of Fitzmagic, maybe the gas man gets a little bit more run there. Could be a solid play. Who else? Where else? The Ravens offense is, assuming the Bengals continue their recent hot streak, is probably going to have their guys on the field for the entirety of that game. I hate that I'm saying this right now, but I don't completely hate the Des Bryant play. He might not be good value. I have not looked at the salaries yet, as we get another Hines play here, as you can pick up PPR full point for you. But Dez as a red zone target might be able to get you there. Hollywood Brown, maybe a little bit more reliable. It's going to depend on the prices there. Anyone in that Cowboys-Giants game, that's a gruesome lineup. Obviously, you are going to be throwing limited salaries down on boom or bust type guys, and Evan Ingram seems like a good solid play in that one, just because that Cowboys defense does struggle against athletic tight ends, and the Giants are a little bit fickle with it, but they do tend to weave him in and out of the lineup and up and down their wish list when it comes to developing a tight end target hierarchy. So in those early games, those are the 4, maybe 5 teams I would really look at: Cowboys, Giants, Ravens, Dolphins. Those guys are all more than worthwhile if you're looking for a full 60-minute effort from some players.
What about injury replacement guys? Like, as we know, for tragic reasons, the passing of his father very suddenly, Dalvin Cook is not playing for the Vikings this weekend. So, certainly opens up the door for cheaper running backs on the Minnesota side if people are looking toward value, that type of thing.
Yeah, Madison is a great play. This is a rushing defense he'll face that has given up more than 4.5 yards per attempt. And we know the Vikings line can clear a path. They are solid up front. And Madison, he's no slouch. He's a young guy out of Boise State. This is his 2nd season. And when given the opportunity, he has shined. Now, not in that one game he started against the Falcons, but the game before that when Cook left with injury, 20 for 112 yards, 3 for 3 when it came to the air, 3 targets, 3 catches. So obviously his price is going to be up, but as far as a worthwhile target goes, he does seem like a pretty good fit.
Iro says everyone knows here that Coffin is going to be spending New Year's with Glash on his porch, not fooling anyone. Well, it sounds like I'm not, but it sounds like the dream. If he just showed up, I wouldn't turn him away. 40 seconds to go, opening half. We got a timeout here. It is still a 14-6 game. Colts are leading. The Raiders with the ball, 2nd and 17, 44-yard line. James agrees with me. He says, which does not happen often for James Saxton, says, I'm the same way, Koff. I go super cheap when it comes to myself, but I can spend money on others way easier. That's just the way. I don't know why. It's just the way I'm built. Like, I will never go out and buy myself nice clothes. Any nice clothes that I own are because my wife bought them.
So you're not like Macklemore? You're not going out to the thrift shop to pick up stuff?
No, going to the Salvation Army.
Dude, this sweater right now, this is definitely a Goodwill find. The t-shirt underneath it, Goodwill. The jacket on top, though, from the Isle of Islay in Scotland, straight from the Lagavulin distillery. So
like that.
Yeah, I paid up for that one. I was like, you know what? I'm here. I gotta get the nice fleece. Gotta let them know.
Carr, he has struggled, not even at 100 passing yards yet.
Ooh.
As we are closing in on the half. Jalen Richard a catch, but lost yards. So 4th and 17 coming from the 43. We should expect a kick.
Yeah. I thought, we know the real world John Gruden would give Daniel Carlson the green light.
Give him the 60-yard attempt.
Disappointing.
Jordan says, where was it here? Koff, don't ever call me old man Lindenbaum again because you are my father, from your taste in food to the amount you spend on it. That's fair. I mean, I'm still going to do it, but totally fair.
Oof, and we got a great punt there, and now the Colts might just have to hand it off and call it a day here in the first half. They might just let this one run all the way down rather than risk the safety. Do not have the most mobile quarterback in Phillip Rivers. In fact, may have the league's least mobile quarterback. As Phillip Rivers, my favorite part of any Phillip Rivers game is when he throws an interception and tries to make a stop on the run back. No matter when or where, stop everything you're doing and watch Phillip Rivers. It is unintentional hilarity every time, Carl. Watching him try to run downfield, the effort is at like 60%, like he's trying, but he's not trying. Sometimes he trips over his own feet. Sometimes he runs like he's jogging in place in a Jazzercise video. It's tremendous.
We've reached the half. It is 14-6. The Raiders are leading. We'll look at our smaller free roll and see what's going on there. Nyheim Hines has this game's one of 2 touchdowns. The most recent. Marlon Mack has the other. On the other side, Daniel Carlson with a couple of field goals. That's it. That's really it. Offensively, we'll go through some of the numbers right here. With Christian DeAndre, Adam Kaufman, by the way, 132 passing for Rivers. He is the touchdown. Carr has not reached 100 just yet. He's sitting at 91. Similar number of completions and attempts. Richard, just 7 yards on the ground, 19 for Jacobs. Mack has 37 with his score, which was, a 31 or 35-yard gain. So most of that obviously coming on the touchdown. Hines, 4 for 14. He caught a touchdown, so that's where his production has come in. We'll give you the pass catchers here as well. Hines, 5 for 60, so he is pacing toward a bonus in the air. We'll see if he can get there. Ruggs, with one big gain, has 3 for 58. Burton, 3 for 31, and for the most part, that's what we're looking at so far. You did have T.Y. Hilton early on have a decent catch as well for more than 20, as I recall. So that's where we're sitting right now. Alana says, Koff, do you go to the Chinese food buffet and only eat the French fries? That's sort of the anomaly for me when it comes to food. I'll eat pretty much anything when it comes to Chinese food, Japanese food. Love me a Chinese buffet, but you can't go to those places.
Yeah,
right
do
now.
you remember Chinese buffets? It's been so long.
Yeah, I know. We'll say Chinese food takeout is definitely going to happen either tonight or tomorrow, though, because that is a New Year's staple, be it eve or day. You got to have it. You got to have it.
Oh, no, 1,000%. And as a very basic white man, it's General's chicken all the way. A little General Soaps, the broccoli, the white rice. Keep it real simple, a little spice to it. Delicious. Delicious. Not authentic Chinese in any way, shape, or form, but they make it gooey, fry it up, unhealthy, just a congealed mass that sits in your stomach for about 3-4 hours afterwards. You really feel like you accomplished something when you put down the whole tray of takeout General's chicken.
James says, oh my God, Koff, do we just become the best friends? I'm the same way on clothes, LOL. James, we're as long as Rossi's not around, because you tend to hate the two of us together, I guess you and I are bonding. I'm here for it, baby. I am here for it.
Ooh, we got a little Rodney Smith question in the Twitch chat. And Rodney Smith, he spent 6 years at Minnesota, so the guy has been around for a while. I do not trust him as a running back, as a change of pace guy, maybe. And we do know that the Carolina Panthers do like to throw the ball, check down quite a bit. Teddy Bridgewater, he is right in that situation. But I don't think – I think Smith is going to get a decent amount of looks. I just don't think he's going to be able to do a ton with them. He was not the kind of breakout, devastating runner that you would kind of expect to translate from the NCAA to the pro game. So he's a guy who's probably going to get 40-50% of the snaps, but I can't see him really having more than like 60 total yards, maybe 70, maybe 80. If the price is right, if you need someone to fill out the back end of your roster, maybe he does have that boom or bust quality to him, but you got to imagine that he's like 5% boom and like 80% bust, and 15% is like, hey, he's okay. He did okay.
I am Big Doja says, Koff, can I get a shout out to the homie Amy, big Steelers fan?
Oof.
What up, Amy? Thanks for being with us. What else we got in the DraftKings conference room right here? Todd says, hey, Koff, when calling someone old, just ask one question. Do you watch the Weather Network? That is your answer and accompanying insult. Oh,
yeah. Did you get hit with the snowstorm last week? Do you have to dig out, or how'd you do?
We did. It has since melted because we've had a lot of rain and warmer weather in recent days. But yeah, we were hit pretty good. I mean, it was at least a foot.
Yeah, damn. All right.
Yeah, now it's just we're back to grass again, so it's okay.
Dude, that's crazy to me. I'm looking out
New England weather.
A frozen hellscape outside my door. 6 inches yesterday. I had to spend about an hour, 10 minutes clearing everything out because I live in a very big house, Koff. So, of course, I have a very large driveway. 8 cars.
Naturally.
Yeah.
Whoa. The Christian compound. I love it.
Yeah. I mean, you got to take care of things, When you get these DraftKings paychecks, I'm not just going to let them stagnate in some bank account. I'm not going to invest them. I'm going to make a foolish, headstrong decision. I'm going to go out there, get myself an interest rate up over 20%, one of the highest you can get, which is an accomplishment cost. If you higher, the better is what they tell me with interest. And then I'm going to get a house fitting of a king, a draft king, if you will.
With a minimum of 8 bathrooms.
Yeah.
As long as you have 4 per floor.
Exactly. So yes, I spent digging out the compound yesterday. It was tiring, but it was not very tough because I'm very strong. Everything worked out.
One of my favorite. John says Happy New Year to you guys. 9 months of streams. Wow. And I honestly can't believe it. I'm in awe of the fact that we're up over 1,300 of these. I'm in awe that all of you are still here, that there's thousands that watch each of these things by the day, and it's just it's crazy. Maybe we'll get a little emotional during the next sim before we send you off into 2021. But I will say, Christian, I don't know where it ranks, but one of my favorite memories of Simland is when I was having water out of that fancy DraftKings water bottle, whatever it was, with the magnetic cap.
Right, the one I do not have. Thank you for rubbing that
right.
in.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but the fact that I didn't even realize until I was actually talking to you that the cap was magnetic, and you remarked, "Oh, what are you supposed to do? Hold the cap like a poor person?" And that is just, it has stuck with me ever since.
I'm glad that I could have that kind of calming influence on your life, Carl. That you can see things from the proper angle, the proper perspective. Yeah. No longer holding your water bottle caps like a poor.
Yeah. Like a poor. 3rd and 1 from the 23. Yeah, Madison says such a classic Christian moment comment. It was so great. I'm glad that she was here for it as well. Here's from Buzz Killington. A buy stream trash, because why the hell not? We're talking Chinese food and pretty much whatever else. And folks, up over 500 people watching just on YouTube. Smash that like button. We're just a few away from 200. Hit the like. Greatly appreciate you. Hit the subscribe as well while you're there. Buzz Killington says, buy stream trash, Chinese soups, wonton, egg drop, hot and sour.
Oh, easy one on that. Buy hot and sour. Kind of depends on the place where you get it. Sometimes they make it a little bit too acidic and it kind of tastes like bile. But most of the time, hot and sour soup is great. So clearly buy that. Stream wonton, trash, egg drop. I got no love in my heart for egg drop soup. There's no place in it when it comes to my Chinese meal. But I am a very basic Chinese food orderer. So I may not know what that one is.
Now, and Jordan, by the way, says, does depend on the place, but buy wonton, stream hot and sour, trash egg drop. When you say you're a basic Chinese food orderer, what does that mean exactly? You veer toward the appetizers and not so much the dishes, or you just?
I don't dive down the menu. I don't get into authentic Chinese. Like, I literally get the same thing I got when I was like 8 years old. It's like, okay, I'm gonna get General's chicken. I'm gonna get some white rice. I'm gonna get maybe an egg. Like, I'm not exploring the menu like I would at like a barbecue place where I'm like, okay, you can get some fatback bacon and some cracklings along with my pork shoulder. Let's go. Let's do a little bit of everything. What are these intestines? Perfect. No, I don't do that at Chinese restaurants. I don't know why. I feel like I just maybe don't get Chinese enough that I'm like, oh, I gotta work my way through the menu here. No, it's always just like, I know what I like. I'm gonna get this, and this.
Yeah,
that's it.
I'm the same way. I mean, maybe there's a mild rotation, but generally speaking, I know what I like and I get what I like. So I'm with you on that. DraftKings in the chat says DraftKings headband for Christian DeAndre needs to happen. I think that's true.
We're
honestly, like, and this is one of those. Not only can I not make promises, I have zero influence in this area. None. Like, I wouldn't even know the right people to talk to. But if I could speak it into existence, here's a question for all of you to have fun with in the chat, because we've got still 10 plus minutes of regulation. What's been a lousy sim. Maybe that changes here for the Raiders, though.
Are they going to
Tyrell Williams, gone! Touchdown!
78 yards, and we are back in business in this game.
I can't wait for the 2-point conversion here, too. Congrats if you got Tyrell and Carr in your lineups, because they just both went off.
Points.
Here's my question for the people, and this credit to you, DraftKings, for triggering the idea, I suppose, with the Christian DeAndrea DraftKings headband. Well, let's see. Let's get the 2-point conversion here first. See if we can get this game tied up here for the Raiders. Carr keeps it himself, and nope, didn't throw it to anybody. All that specifically. Yeah. Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him. So the Colts will get the ball back up by 2 late in the third quarter. Here's the question, finally. If in the DraftKings shop, all of a sudden a bunch of Dream Stream related merchandise showed up, what would you want to buy? For instance, a DraftKings headband in honor of Christian DeAndrea. I've joked about this one for a long time. A Brendan Glasheen bobblehead that doesn't have any eyebrows.
I think the Glash strap-on beard would be the...
yeah, that's absolutely. That would be a good one. What would you... Obviously, people would want to have, like, Krusty Koff T-shirts, probably.
True, yeah.
Everyone likes to go to a fancy chain restaurant and buy the T-shirt. You got to. It's basically Planet Hollywood.
Maybe if we get a Moose Air, like, action figure set, you can get the plane and a little posable moose out in front of it.
I like that. Now we're talking. Absolutely. What else? Maybe, I feel like an Emerson Gym bumper sticker would be good, or like a keychain. Maybe a keychain would be better.
Yeah, I mean, can we just get Emerson branded Pelotons? I feel like that's a partnership that would really work out. And I feel like all these DK dollars could go. You save up $2,300 DK dollars, and you can exchange that for an Emerson Lachia branded Peloton.
We could get a Brandon Cristal, like almost like a name drop bingo board.
Yeah. We can get one of those a Kenny Ducey stress ball that anytime you disagree with his take, you just smash his face.
Ducey really is what's the character in South Park that's always agitated and he like twitches?
Tweak? Yeah.
Tweak. He's basically Tweak, isn't he? Drew, part of our production team, says a Jason Rossi measuring stick. That's a really good one. Because as we know, he is 4'6" and 300 pounds or something like that.
Well, then now that he trimmed off the beard, he looks like he's about 6'3" and 195. So
I know. I texted him. I said, "You look phenomenal.
Yeah,
suave, man. Nice fade and everything. It's not even like he just shaved. I mean, he took care of the hair and everything." Jared says, "Koff, one day there will be a documentary on The Sims and the Sim Fam." I should tell you, Jared, and there was no proceeding with it, but because I don't know who the guy was, nor, again, I can't state this enough, I have no influence over these things. But a guy, an independent filmmaker, did reach out to me on Twitter once, this was months ago, and say, "I'd love to make a documentary about The Sims and what all of you have meant to the, just the pandemic and the absence of sports and what you guys have done." And, all I said was, "Well, that's not my call. Put you in touch with, whoever you need to be in touch with, and you people handle it." But, yep. Hey, maybe one day we'll have that 30 for 30 on all of this, the Dream Stream.
Dude, if I can get that Michael Jordan treatment where I'm just sitting back in a recliner with a glass of scotch next to me with varying levels of alcohol, and every time you jump back, it's a little more drank. They interview me and just, eyes getting a little bit red, just talking trash about Glash and Kenny. Nothing would make me happier in my old age than to be the last dance talking about these things.
Some other great submissions from the people. Obviously the DeAndre headbands, Jimmy, Byron and Kendra say Zach Thompson diet pills. He's dropped like 60 pounds. He looks amazing. I'm not exaggerating. Steven says Jason Rossi lawn gnomes. That's even better in the measuring stick. That's incredible. Bounce the Cat on Twitch. DK Forest meatballs in a can. Oh, Tommy.
Wes Dreamer and Andy Warhol print of frozen Christian DeAndrea screenshots. God, that would be.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that would be really good. How about Wes Dreamer, a screaming Ducey pull string doll?
Yeah. Yeah, dude, we're all over the place in the chat, and if you guys are not into it, we apologize, but we're probably not going to stop or change anything. So, yeah, if you guys aren't into it, sorry. Happy New Year. We wish you the best and the brightest for the upcoming night, but we're going to continue talking about nothing because this game is it's had its moments, but it's been mostly a little low key.
Alana says, I'd like a Dream Stream grabber to pick candy up off the floor. You got to have that floor candy for sure. Dream Stream jersey with the crusty cough, says Jared. Yeah, I haven't done a jersey in a while. Maybe those will come back in 2021. I'd like an Adam Kaufman mustache, says Scene Star. I do miss that already. What else do we? Yeah, Dream Stream jersey, says Alana, number 00 with the name SimFam. That's pretty good. What else do we? I hope somebody is actually keeping track of these ideas in the event that we can ever get in touch with the right people about this.
The game itself, no one really trending towards the bonus except for Tyrell Williams had the 178-yard catch, 2 for 92 and a touchdown from him. Otherwise, in this one, it's Hines, it's Tyrell, it's a little bit of Marlon Mack, and then the kickers. That's the way to go here. So we're looking at poor Darren Waller, the murder hornet. 1 catch, 9 yards. Ugh. Rough showing from him.
Jordan says, I can see a legit YouTube documentary being done about The Sims. Well, YouTube would be a fitting place. It is where we live. Erwin says, Koff, just dub Ducey as Tweak. You created a quality nickname for Ducey. Man, I hope for his sake that doesn't stick. What else
it's a lot nicer than the other nicknames that tend to fall out the Twitch chat. So.
This is good from Buzz Killington. A double bobblehead with Glash peering in from Koff's porch.
Ooh, as we get a nice strike there downfield to Zach Pascal. So Rivers up near 200 yards. Seems like the bonus is going to be very difficult to get to, but this Colts team in position to take a 2-possession lead here as the fourth quarter gets underway.
Jimmy B says, Lazio loops. That's a good one. Emerson branded protein shakes from Buzz Killington. Well, I really might put together a list after this sim of everything that we've just shouted out. Duct tape headphones. Yeah, I mean, it's a good way to honor Patrick. 1st and 10, and out to the 13, a 2nd and 3 now as Rivers completes a pass to Campbell, his first for 19. Lash's Simland wardrobe. I mean, really, you just need all Sarah's clothes then, Dion.
Yeah, I feel like you can get the Glash wardrobe down pat if you go to Goodwill and just walk down the women's aisles for a minute. You're going to find some good Glash.
3rd and 2 on the way. Bounce the Cat says, mini leafy for my desk. That's a good one. Oh, great one from Tony Dank. Meowster stuffed animal.
Ooh,
absolutely. That's fantastic. Jimmy B says Kaufman's Encyclopedia of Movies. That's fun.
I mean, you could really just brand Buy Stream Trash as like a party game at this point.
I'm kind of surprised that I haven't taken it to Twitter. I feel like that's something I should be doing on Twitter once a day, just to see if anyone actually plays along or if that's really just something that exists here. I think it's probably more the latter.
As the Colts continuing to kind of churn here. Burton, it looks like he did not actually get that one in bounds. He's shuffling it between hands, but it's going to count anyway. So 1st and goal coming up here. Colts keeping this drive alive, churning towards the end zone and burning up a lot of clock, which is obviously where they want to be if they're about to take a 2-possession lead. Who do you need from the Colts here?
Lung that with a sidearm.
Yeah, got it though. Because I know we got some Pascal truthers out there, people asking for T.Y. Hilton. Trey Burton, who we just saw on that, the play before that, second and goal coming up from the 4-yard. Could be another Marlon Mack vulture TD here. Looks like he is in the backfield. I see that 5. 4-yard gain from him would make him a Krusty Koff MVP leading candidate.
This is a good one from B. Keat. Earplugs for your spouses during the word of the day. Run up the middle, and Mack, a couple too many jukes maybe. He's down to the 2 and a 3rd and goal on the way. Robbie Noble. You're the best. Shoot your shot, pal. Lana says we need a ladies' night dream stream clothing line. Drew with a good idea for a t-shirt. DK SimFam on the back and on the front. I was put in a YouTube timeout. Touchdown, Colts.
Marlon Mack. 2 for him.
Again, I tell you.
Look at that man go. Coming off dirt cheap. 3K in the flex for Marlon Mack, and here he is. 3,200 in the flex for Marlon Mack. And here he is, his second touchdown of the day. Careening towards Krusty Koff MVP status, and unless Darren Waller wakes the hell up, he is going to be the babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner. Let's see if he can't do something about it here with 5 minutes to go. I gotta imagine these Raiders are gonna be throwing the hell out of the ball, down by 9 with minimal time left on the clock.
And at the moment, in our smaller 121-person Madden Matinee, the confusing backfield free roll, and confusing it is, I mean, talk about a premonition there. We have Madden Crazy sitting in front by about a half point with Marlon Mack in the captain spot, where he is 0.8% owned and has about 25 points. Naheem Hines is up over 20 in the flex. Also, Carr, Williams, Waller, and Burton in that lineup. Waller, as you noted, 1 for 9. That is it. The man is 84% owned, 21% the captain spot. Doesn't even have 2 points so far. I'm sitting 45th. I don't know where you're at, my friend.
34th, thanks to the Hines Tyrell Williams stack. My Jalen Richard over Marlon Mack play continues to be a dagger in my heart. Oh, wow. This is going to make it easier.
See you later. Nothing but daylight and a touchdown.
Our guy, we pray at the altar, the Church of Latter Zay Jones.
I can't. This guy is a total and complete historical non-factor in Madden 21. Zay Jones with a 99-yard touchdown. Holy cow.
Amazing. You love to see that guy get back involved. And now, Koff, here's where things get interesting. Last time, I've only seen 2 kickoff return touchdowns before this, and they happen to be back-to-back in the fourth quarter of a game in Madden 21 before. Let's see if the Colts can respond in kind. Maybe there's a little pattern going on here as Carlson will kick this extra point, turn this one back into a 2-point game.
Excellent idea from Jimmy B. DK Ice Cream, Moose Tracks with Jeff's face on the container of the ice cream. Zay Jones in the larger free roll is owned 0.38% of the lineups. I can't imagine he is popular, if owned at all, in our smaller one.
3K salary for 0.7 fantasy points per game. I'm looking at the game log now. The last game he had any presence in, sim number 56. He had 1 catch for 4 yards. We are currently at the moment in sim 88. So that is his first game, 30-plus sims where he's found his way to the scoreboard as the Colts cannot respond in kind. So bad news for all the Raiders stackers out there. Terrible news for Darren Waller, who is almost certainly going to be the babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner today. But great news, you got the Colts stacked up. And I was going to say great news for Marlon Mack, but here come the Colts throwing the ball on first down. A little bit surprising there.
So, speaking of surprising, Jordan notes, what about the Raiders DST? 6 points for them, too, which is also very true. We can give you the ownership in the larger free roll. But in our smaller, this caught my eye when this game kicked off. Our smaller free roll, which, again, very small sample size, 121 entries. Not a single person played either defense in this game. Not one person played a defense.
At 121, that's shocking as we get a little more Trey Burton here. So Rivers relying on his athletic tight end to move the ball down the field, keep the clock rolling as well. Burton up into double-digit fantasy points now, so he's looking like a solid, if unspectacular, play for the Colts.
Couple of fun sims so far today, from what I understand. The last one very back and forth. Obviously, this one's been a good time after a slow start. Some big moments for sure. I mean, you've had, 3 long touchdowns? 2nd and 10 on the way from the 41, 21-19, the Colts lead, 3.5 to go in regulation. And a few likes away from 200 on YouTube. One big push, folks. Smash that like button. It's good for the soul.
Oof, I don't...
Rivers completes it, and another big gain out inside the 30.
And
Rivers has 246 passing.
No, that was... I didn't like the play. It's so many times we see those sideline routes, and they start to develop, and they immediately go out of bounds. Hines not only staying in bounds, getting about 20 yards after the catch, setting his team up in field goal position, and keeping the clock running. A great play from the young running back there. Smart heads-up play.
He says, Mr. Waller, please report to the end zone. Mr. Waller.
What a great movie that is. I'm assuming that's a Pee-wee's Big Adventure reference.
One can only imagine.
Mr. Herman. Well, the Colts will not have to get this snap off before the 2-minute warning. They can continue running the clock down. Then after that, we're going to almost certainly see the Raiders start burning those timeouts. I guess there is a bit of an impetus for this team to pass the ball, but you got to imagine 2nd and short, 2nd and 5 coming up. So probably going to be a run, and then we'll see where the Colts go from there. Make the Raiders burn at least one timeout here before kicking a field goal if it comes to that. Mr. Pee-wee Herman. Oh, nice juke there as Hines.
Hello.
Woo! Getting upfield and making things real difficult for the Raiders now. A goal to go, not a goal to go situation. 1st and 10 coming from the 12. Fresh set of downs. The Colts can run the ball 3 times, kick a field goal, and give the ball back to the Raiders with maybe roughly a minute left if things don't go well for them. And if they do, they can take a 2-possession lead with under 2 to play as Marlon Mack stuffed for a gain of 2 there. This is a situation, Koff, where you'd think, well, I guess it doesn't make any sense to allow the Colts to score if they can hold steady here, force a field goal, they're still in it. So I take it back. I was going to say it's be a situation where we might see a real-life Raiders team open up the gates and let the Colts walk into the end zone, but too much time left on the clock, too many timeouts for that to be really feasible.
2nd and 8 from the 10. The 1 timeout for the Raiders, all 3 for the Colts. Less than 2 minutes to go. A run up the middle. Max stifled again.
And Braden Smith trucking a guy after the play was over. Absolutely glorious. Very happy we got that animation as Marlon Mack stopped after a gain of 3. And then seconds later, not Braden Smith, Quentin. Oh, man, I can't remember his last name, but Quentin, the all-pro left guard there with the star underneath him, just deciding to take out his frustrations on some poor unwitting linebacker. Bam!
Touchdown!
And
short gains enough to get in there. First of the day for Zach Pascal, 13th touchdown in Simland.
Bam! Zach P. puts an iron cast on this one. Raiders not going to be able to come back from that one. Down by what's soon to be 9 points. No timeouts left. Under 2 minutes to play. This is going to be a Colts victory at Lucas Oil Stadium.
It's going to give us a new leader in our free roll as well as Scush 823 moves up. Has Ruggs in the captain spot with Carr, Hines, Williams, Pascal, and Mack. We'll see what happens from here, but about a 3.5-point lead for that individual.
Ruggs in the captain spot. That's a bold move, but
yeah, 24% owned overall, 5% in the captain spot in our smaller free roll. Ray says, where can we check the final game stats at? everything will be up. It's manual scoring. Everything will be updated as it always is shortly after the sim. Just takes a few moments to get everything finalized, and then you'll see what your lineups and everyone else's look like.
Man, we got the baller combination, Joe and Frangelico, working to get our stats updated and ready to go. And those guys are working their butts off so we can get these scores to you as quickly as possible. And they're pretty good, so don't worry. Everything will be up to date shortly.
Small Ben says, Richard is not my kid, or Richard, I should say. And there's no one that's tapping Darren Waller or topping him at this point. Although, my goodness gracious, what in the world? What is happening?
Yeah.
Where is he going?
Why did he
go out?
What happened?
What? All right.
What did we just watch there? It looked like he dropped the ball 3 times.
What we have is a 2nd and 10 from the 25. That was odd.
Okay, so he didn't catch it, but...
No, it goes down as an incompletion. The ball was not caught. Tyrell Williams just decided to run Forrest run, though, and off he goes.
Tyrell just needed to stride one out. He was getting a little sore. He didn't want the lactic acid to set in, so he's like,
had to run out that cramp.
Exactly. He's like, can't get to the
run, Forrest, and don't stop. He left the stadium. What's happening?
All right, 3rd and 10 for the Raiders. They are going to... Oh, look who it is.
Mr. Guy.
Waller. Congrats, buddy. You're up to what, like 5 points now? Good work.
I'm not even sure he's that high.
Oh,
no, he is. 3 for 31. Yeah, he's there.
He is just barely there.
Napdown saying he didn't catch it? Nope. The cameraman was fooled.
Yeah.
1st and 10, under a minute left, and the Raiders cannot stop the
Jalen
clock.
Richard too. So the garbage points working me into maybe even the top 40 of the Cough Madden Matinee free roll. As my guy is starting to show up here in very limited capacity. Still not feeling great about the Marlon Mack over Jalen Richard play, though.
Oh, and no huddle. Yeah, likewise. I still don't think I would have won, but I would have been a lot higher up. Twitch says Wes or no, what is it? This user anyway says Hilton's such a bust today. Very true. Creature from the Glash Lagoon says, I just tuned in. I'm 10th and rising. What a New Year's Eve.
Nice. And, Jalen and looks like
unfortunately, that's going to wrap it up, though. Can't stop the clock. Final seconds tick down of a 28-19 Colts victory here at virtual Lucas Oil Stadium. Yeah. We'll see what all your lineups look like after everything's finalized as well, but Scush 823 and Madden Crazy duking it out at the moment.
We did get some very limited but possibly meaningful garbage points at the end there with all the check down passes to Waller and Richard, who were both relatively well-worn plays. So might change up the leaderboard a little bit, but let's look at the stats here. Not a lot going on. Neither quarterback into the bone solo. Rivers, 253 and a couple touchdowns, probably part of the winning lineup somewhere. Was not bad. Let's say.
He wasn't bad.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy came in averaging 15 points a sim. He's up to 40 passing touchdowns in sim land to go along with just a few interceptions. Credit to him, but fails to get another 20-point day. Derek Carr, 241 passing a score, so he is now up to 45 passing touchdowns in these sims. Marlon Mack, though, certainly, you've talked about it, the Krusty Koff player of the game. 11 for 60 on the ground with 2 scores, brings Mack to a total of 16 touchdowns in Simland for the power back, who went up over 20 points or in that vicinity anyway. We'll look at it, but he came in only averaging 7.5. Receivers, nobody hit the bonus, much as some did flirt. Hines, 7 for 96 in a score. Burton, 7 for 58. We've got
Tyrell flirted with it. That one play he ran 75 yards downfield for no reason. We thought he would, get it, but no. 2 for 92 for him.
And a score.
Yeah, a bizarre kind of game, and there are a whole bunch of Babysitter Billy, Not My Kid Award winners today. We know the Krusty Koff MVP has got to be Marlon Mack, who picked off for a select few of you and frustrated the rest of us. But Who was the most disappointing here? Well, no one was more owned than Darren Waller, and Waller, 3 catches, 39 yards. Most of his work was done in garbage time. Get him out of here. The Babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner. Got to be the murder hornet today.
All right, so we have got one more sim after this. I'll be back with you with Brandon Cristal. Comes up in a little under an hour. Matter of fact, pregame will be, 45, 50 minutes from now, so you don't want to miss that. The final sim of 2020 as we take you into the rest of your New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, obviously. And there are no sims tomorrow. If you don't know that, good time for a reminder. No sims tomorrow. It is New Year's Day. Everyone's getting a break, including you. But, we certainly will return over the weekend with a whole lot more going on. So don't fret. But Vikings-Cardinals is the one on the way. And, man, last time working with you here this year for people that do that. But we will continue on with all the Madden 21 greatness, obviously, in actual 2021. Happy New Year to you and yours. The whole family. Enjoy the night.
Yeah, you as well, Coffee. Everyone in the DK Sim fam, have a great evening, and let's hope 2021 will be better and not somehow worse than this absolute nightmare of a year.
Well, it gave us the dream stream at the very least, so we have that to be thankful for in this entire community that we hope all of you that have been watching over the last little while will rejoin us here coming up for the next sim, and then we can all part together and maybe have a toast at the end or something like that. In the meantime, we say goodbye for a little bit. We will return. Don't go anywhere. Thanks to, obviously, Madison and Drew, as well as Frangelico, and who do we have? Jim, I believe, the entire Game Ops crew. I am Adam. He's Christian. Stick with us. We'll be back. Am I on? Can people hear that? This sounds awful. Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman, all you. Welcome in to our swan song to 2020. 2021 is upon us. It is coming fast and furious. You got BK, AK, producer Madison, Drew on the ones and twos, our great Game Ops crew, Frangelico and Joe return. Hello, everybody. How are you? How you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling great. I'm ready to welcome in 2021. 2020 has been a terrible year for so many people, as we talked about, and across the board. Yes, some good things have come out of it, like the evolution of the DK Sim Fam and all of these great things that have happened because of the Dream Stream. You and I get to hang out all the time and hang out with all of our friends here in the DK Sim Fam. And I had a kid in 2020, but I still maintain that other than Patrick Mahomes, nobody else really had a good 2020.
Yeah, it's short list, obviously, but we are happy to have you for this final sim of 2020 to take you into the new year. If you're just joining us and you didn't know, there are no sims the rest of the day. It is just this one between the Vikings and the Cardinals. That is that until January 2nd, taking tomorrow off. Everybody's clear tomorrow, and then right back at you on Saturday and Sunday into Simland and NFL real action for week 17 and playoff scenarios and all that good stuff that we can talk about. We'll have some fun here over the next hour plus as well. If you can't tell, right to the mic. Get ready to, maybe we should have a toast at the end of the sim. I mean, I guess we can't we could drink some water, sparkling something
really
or
going
other.
to be able to check what's in your glass.
How far are we from that getting annoying, by the way? How long do you think I could do that?
Well, you remember the World Cup with the Vuvuzelas. This is worse, and it's only been about 90 seconds.
I can't see a damn thing through these glasses either, so I'm definitely going to have to take these out. These are fancy, though.
Well, once you're not on camera,
see the 2021.
Those are fancy. Where'd you get those?
Yeah, I don't know. My wife got them somewhere, probably Amazon, where everyone gets everything these days.
Sure.
I don't know. You can see the Happy New Year lid on right here.
Yeah, you are very festive.
Yeah. Producer Madison said, all that's making her want to mute. So that's bad if your producer wants to call it quits on you. Yeah, that's not a good scene. But go cough, go blow that horn, says Peace of Mind. Thanks all for being with us. How's your lineup looking? Did you set that thing for our what did we call this thing? The oh my God, 2020's over or whatever, something like that pre-roll.
I did. I got my lineup in just in time. So
good. What do you have?
Lineup. I captained. Did I captain DeAndre Hopkins? I captained Hop. I got Murray. I got Cook. I got Fitz. I got Christian Kirk and maybe Justin Jefferson. On paper, this would definitely be the best lineup. But
yeah, naturally.
Because Justin Jefferson doesn't perform in the Madden Sims the way he does in real life, I'm going to need a little bit of luck like you got last night from Cole Beasley and Chris Hogan.
Yeah. Oh, what a moment. What a moment. So I decided I felt like I had to go with the free square and pay up. Dalvin Cook in the captain spot. Kyler Murray, Kenyon Drake. Those are my rock stars here in this one, at least I hope. Justin Jefferson, who obviously is, you noted, he's not the real life Justin Jefferson, but he's still a guy that can make some noise every once in a while in these sims. Cardinals DST, which seems really contrarian to what I'm trying to do with Dalvin Cook, but what the hell. And Zane Gonzalez as well. And that's where we're at. Thanks for being with us. Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman, Madison, Drew, Frangelico, Joe, Kyler Murray, and an incomplete pass to get us started. He is 0 for 1. Vikings, real life, 6-9. Nice. Third NFC North at Detroit on Sunday. They've dropped their last 3 playoffs. Every other year pattern of the last 7. Continuing on from Minnesota. The Cardinals 8-7, third in the NFC West, at the Rams on Sunday, who of course will be shorthanded. A very important game for the both of those teams. They have won 2 out of their last 3. The Cards, they are sitting 8th in the NFC, tied with Chicago and a game behind the Rams. They have missed the playoffs the last 4 years, trying to put an end to that slide this year. Let's start right there, my friend. You tell me, as we have a 3rd and 10 from the 26 on the way. Cardinals, are they going to the playoffs?
I think they are. What's the latest on Kyler Murray, though?
The latest is he's dealing with that leg injury, but he's practicing, and there doesn't seem to be an indication that he's not going to play.
If he plays and plays anywhere close to what we think he can play at it, and maybe him just being there as a threat has to keep defense honest if he breaks out of the pocket at all, even if he doesn't really look to run much. I like this Cardinals team. I would have liked them a lot more if Chandler Jones stayed healthy, but they have plenty of offense to really contend with anyone that they'll face in the playoffs, and just enough defense. Vance Joseph's defense has been opportunistic. They've certainly had their downs, but they've definitely had some good moments as well, and Hassan Reddick's done a good job of replacing Chandler Jones. So I think they're a playoff team, and of the 6 teams that we would see, or 7 teams, but 6 teams we would see opening weekend, the Kyler factor and DeAndre Hopkins makes me want to watch them the most. If my hometown Cowboys are in it, that's obviously a little different, but in general, they're the most exciting. I find myself playing Madden when I'm not using the Cowboys or the Broncos with the Cardinals more than any other team.
We got a 1st and 10 from the 20 on the way here for Minnesota. Hope no one played, and I know some people did, so this is kind of, overstating the obvious, but hope no one played Kirk Cousins or Adam Thielen for that matter. These two guys who should be, Thielen should be so good. He's an X-Factor eligible player with the double me X-Factor. But these two guys are averaging 11 points a sim. That's it. And obviously it's been a big sample size. Neither one of them has even blown up once. Neither one has hit 20 points in a single sim since we've made the move to Madden 21, which is just jarring to me. But it is a reality. J Barb says, I won your free contest, Cough, the last one, and I'm going to win this one too with a kind of wild emoji. Hey, I hope you do. I'm rooting for you.
How often do we have back-to-back winners of those?
I can't think of a time that I've ever seen it, but obviously it's not like I'm out here doing all these things. So
no, you appreciate everyone's confidence, I guess.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Downright cockiness. Lounge Talk podcast came in 2nd in the Kaufman contest. So there you go. We got some high rollers hanging out with us. Folks, smash that like button. We're up over 200, by the way. Hit the like with the, roughly 400 people watching on YouTube, thousands more across our other platforms, DK Nation, DK Playbook, the Game Center, Twitch. You can give us a follow there, twitch.tv/DraftKings. You were saying?
So I did a radio show this morning. It was pretty jam-packed. Had 5 guests. Surprise appearance from John Elway, so that was cool to talk to number 7, who told me what he really likes about Drew Lock, and then that Vic Fangio would definitely be back, even though I had been saying for a month that he would. There was a report the other day. There's been reports to the contrary, or that he may be on the hot seat. And there were Adam Schefter, who I think probably talked to John, put out the report Sunday that Vic was likely back. So I just pinned him down and said, hey, is he going to be back? Will most of the staff be back? And he said yes. So, and that was the end. He's like, yes. It's like those reports, I don't know where they came from. They were wrong. Not meaning Adams, meaning the ones that said he could be on the way out. Vic Fangio could be looking for a new gig. They want some consistency. But so I did that show for 3 hours, and I went to Broncos.
Would you, not to be the devil's advocate, though, but as someone that also works in the media like you, would you expect him to say otherwise? Like, no, Vic's not coming back next year.
He would give us something. We need to look at all options. He'd give us that. He's like, we need to see John's pretty diplomatic, but he's also pretty savvy. And if he was thinking about making a move seriously, I think that we would hear something along those lines.
Less declarative.
Yeah.
Look at this. Wouldn't you know, Adam Thielen with the ex-Blinken gets out to the 2, but stops shy of the end zone. So, sorry. Here comes Dalvin Cook time.
I got Dalvin
goal
Cook
on the way.
I'll take Cook or Jefferson. I know he's your captain. Well, so I'm saying I'm just getting caught up, and I was watching that Mississippi State-Tulsa game. Huge fight at the end of the game. The two teams kind of got into it pregame. All the Mississippi State players had their shirts off in warm-ups, and then they got into a fight after the game. A meaningless game between a conference here, or whatever they are, American Athletic Conference team in Tulsa and Mississippi State at 3-7 on the SEC season makes it to a bowl game. Not cool.
Yeah. Wow, Cousins keeping it himself. Will he run? No, back of the
Touchdown
end zone.
to
Got it! Cousins to Thielen, just like everyone predicted. Touchdown, Minnesota, halfway through the first.
They were listening to your insults, Adam,
They heard my challenge, huh?
Yeah, and they're like,
Seriously,
we'll
though,
show him.
That is only the 9th touchdown for Adam Thielen in all of these sims, and for Kirk Cousins, his 24th touchdown pass. That is it. How about a little respect for real-life Kirk Cousins, by the way? Because there are some people, you included, we've had this conversation, what's Minnesota's answer at quarterback next year? Are you kind of, stuck with Kirk Cousins in the sense that, are you really in a position to do much better or much worse? Or is he just kind of perfectly...
Well, you can do worse.
But, I mean, would you allow yourselves to? Like, is it worth
Yeah.
moving on from Kirk Cousins to do worse? Of course it's not, no matter how much you're saving, you would think. And Kirk Cousins, though, just to put a little respect on the man's name, he does have a career-high 32 touchdowns this year.
Sure, but I guess some of it is, and I haven't broken down all their games. When did those come? How far out of games were they? In some instances, are they A-Rod type empty stats where you're hitting a home run down 7 or up 7? And
Sure,
and
but
I don't know.
Nobody
the answer to
really
that.
looks at that at the end of a year, right?
No, they just added up. You're right, to be fair. So I don't know what his contract looks like exactly. I'm trying to find it right now as we're talking. But I think he's done, right? At 3 years, 27 a year, whatever it ended up being.
Didn't they extend him?
Did they extend him? And if they extended him, that kind of it answers the question.
Well, yeah, shy of being willing to take a dead cap hit, obviously, which
Yeah,
I
well,
can't
right.
imagine you'd want to do with Kirk Cousins.
No. So as I'm trying to find it right here, Cousins, man, he's way down. Okay, so he's the 14th highest paid quarterback. Here we go. He signed a 2-year, $66 million contract with Minnesota, $30 million signing bonus. When was that deal signed? It looks like it's an extension for the next 2 years. Yeah. So they're going to pay him $21 million next year, $35 in 2 years. They cannot cut him. If they would have cut him this year on the old deal, it would have been $62,500,000 in dead money. Next year, it's $41 million in dead money. But let's say he falls off a cliff and goes from 32 touchdowns to 22 and 20 interceptions, right? And he just got awful.
Dreadful.
It counts $10 million against the cap versus 35 in actual cash. And that number is actually skewed a little. They'll have paid him more money based on the signing bonus this coming year. It's a $30 million signing bonus. So I guess they'll have paid him the bulk of the money. But yeah, so he's there through 2022. And yeah, I think you stick with him at this point. He's shown you enough. And to your point about him having his best year there with them. And if you do draft somebody, you're not in a position to draft anyone high. So you're trading for a vet, and you're not going to upgrade from Cousins realistically. So I'm fine with them sticking with him. I also don't care about the Vikings, but
no, but I guess
I understand why they're doing it.
No, but the way you framed it is kind of the way I think a lot of people look at it, which is I'm fine keeping Kirk Cousins. Is he a guy that can take you kind of any higher than he already has, or
no?
Or are you just looking at your ceiling for the next couple of years? You know, shy of Dalvin Cook already had a career high, almost 2,000 yards from scrimmage and 17 touchdowns, and he's not playing in Week 17 after the tragic death of his father. But, phenomenal year for him. He really can't be much better in subsequent years. So shy of Thielen going nuts, they had Diggs there and still didn't big picture do anything, and you don't have him anymore. So I don't know. It feels like you're living right in Dante's Inferno if you're the Vikings right now. Yeah.
Yeah, and look, they made their bed with Kirk Cousins, and that's just how they're going to have to keep it, unfortunately. Oh, good fake. I thought he was about to slide there because we know he slides all the time like he's playing baseball. Look, you've got Linval Joseph on defense, who just had that sack on the game. He's obviously not playing right now. You've got really good linebackers. Their secondary is getting younger and faster. Harrison Smith's a Pro Bowl safety. Anthony Harris led the NFL in interceptions a year ago. So they've got pieces. And you mentioned the guys on offense. 2 tight ends, too, with Irv Smith and a healthy Kyle Rudolph. That's what you want. And Dalvin Cook's as good a running back as there is in the league. He may be first-team All-Pro this year when it's all said and done. So I just don't know if this is my metric for what your quarterback is and can be. In the playoffs, when they have to go out there and make throws to win games, not just a game, multiple games, can your quarterback do that? And an Alex Smith couldn't. And I don't think Kirk Cousins can either. I think when the lights are on, he hasn't shown the ability to do that consistently, certainly in those primetime games in the early part of his time in Washington and in Minnesota. And that is how you measure it to me. Can the quarterback carry the team on his back and make enough throws? Jimmy Garoppolo had a chance to win the Super Bowl with the right throw. He didn't make it. I understand it's one throw, but that one throw is the difference between Patrick Mahomes being a Super Bowl champ and Super Bowl MVP and Jimmy Garoppolo being a Super Bowl champ as the starter and an MVP.
Right.
And I just don't think. Would you bet that Cousins could do that? If
Nope.
I told you, hey, Cousins is your guy. Look, you
Nope.
love the Patriots. If they traded for Cousins, you think, well,
Hard pass.
now we're right back where we were. We're going to be
No
knocking on the
thanks.
door of championships.
Nope. No interest. Sort of floors me that he continues to get paid the way he does, but speaks to obviously today's NFL and the importance of quarterbacks and having a guy out there who's good, not great, capable. 2nd and 8 from the 27, final minute of the opening quarter. Touchdown Adam Thielen earlier. That's all we've got so far.
Well, here's the thing, too, with quarterbacks, or really anything. If you're going to fire a coach, fire a coordinator, I'm fine with it in theory. But you have to ask yourself, okay, what is next? So if you're going to fire your special teams coach, you're going to fire your OC, you're going to fire your defensive coordinator, you're going to move on from a quarterback or a big-time player. That's great, but how are you replacing that person? And too many times I feel like there's knee-jerk reactions on the personnel side from ownership and management as it relates to potentially, coaches or a big-time player, and they don't have a great answer to they've acknowledged a problem, and they want to make a change, but they don't have a great solution, right? Identifying problems is great. What's the solution? Or perceived problems.
Final play, maybe, if they get the snap off before the end of the first. 2, 1, nope. So, Cardinals will start off with the ball at the 15 when we begin quarter number 2, folks. It is 7-0. 7-0. The Vikings are in front. Adam Thielen from Kirk Cousins, which means no, Dalvin Cook has not scored yet. Welcome in if you are just joining us. Happy to have you with us for the final sim here of the Dream Stream of 2020. It's important to not have a pregnant pause in there somewhere. Cousins is perfect, by the way. 5 out of 5, 71 yards. The touchdown. Murray has 36 yards. And let's see. Murray's rushed for 34. Cook only has 10. We'll look at receiving numbers. Kenyon Drake is just 2 for 2 so far. Not so
I like
great.
watching you try to read with those glasses.
Oh, it's really difficult. It hurts the eyes. Fitzgerald, 2 for 14. A touchdown for Thielen, 2 for 35. So, can you tell behind the glasses that I'm squinting?
A little bit. A little bit.
20 for Hopkins, 20 for Rudolph.
Up.
But aren't these nice? 20,
you nailed
21.
it, though. You haven't missed the numbers.
It's, aiming high, let me tell you. That one's just for me. That one's just for me. Thank you all. What were you going to say? I feel like there was something there.
I don't remember. Oh, I do remember, and maybe Madison knows, or somebody there in our ops department. How many sims have been played since?
So our Simper Bowl,
one?
our Simper Bowl the other night was number 1300.
Wow.
So we are at whatever it is, 1309 or something like that.
Sure. And
whatever
have you tracked whether you or Glash have called the most of them? Like, who has announced the most?
I'd be very surprised if I haven't done the most. Not by a ton, but I would say I've probably done the most. I could actually tell you exactly how many I've done only because I have notes for each game in a folder. So all I have to do is open the folder and it'll give me a number at the bottom of it.
I have notes for the first couple games that we did, and then I've been able to supplement those notes with just real-time info as it happens.
I will tell you. A lot of them are the same notes. They're just saved in individual, date folders, by the way. Where are we at? I'm going to tell you. You want to take a guess? Madison, you want to guess? You're the scheduled person. You want to guess how many sims I've done?
Out of 1,300, I'm going to guess that you've done 327.
Mads, you want to take a stab at it? Madison says way more than that. I think Madison's right about that. Do we have a touchdown? We do! Cardinals score!
Oh, I got Christian Kirk in my lineup.
Mads, what's your number? What's your guess? I'm doing the math right now. It's It's not as high as I thought. It's a big number, but it's not as high as I thought. Because remember, this doesn't include any leaderboard lives or anything like that.
Nope, just Sims.
This is just Sims.
He's at 1,300, now 13-9. I guess 327. You said higher. Madison said higher.
What do the people say before I reveal the number? Since we like making
there's some
games out of these.
From Crooked Tooth. Robbie Noble says 568. Mike Bizzle 420. PhD 1974 says 742. CJ71 says 1267.
Does it feel like I'm here that often?
A little bit. Jizzo Barb 755. D Richard 441. Edge 95 going low 240. Someone hasn't guessed one yet. Price is Right style.
Yeah,
you're not going to win closest without going over. 528 from Ryan Awashko. So you got a bunch. Mark Mantelli says 408. Do you want a drum roll?
So no, so of all the numbers, and we're not going to go Prices Right rules. We'll just go closest to it. With all the guesses, believe it or not, and I guess the person with the most educated of guesses, the closest one, almost nail on the head, producer Madison, who guessed 436.
Oh, so
the number is
that's one out of every three of them.
the number including this one is 438.
One out of every three, basically.
So
one out of every three.
Look at you, producer Madison. Let's see. 13. Well, how many have we done? 1,309, right? Because we did 6 yesterday, 3 today. Divided by 438.
Like three.
So yeah, basically it's like 298. So yeah, I do on average every third one of these suckers. You people tired of me yet?
I don't know if you want him to answer that. Well, it might ruin your year.
Yeah.
Here's what I want to know.
That'll be the last straw of 2020.
Here's what I want to know, and Madison, of course, is the person that has at this point the most influence. I would think in 2021, especially once we get past the playoffs, how close are we to the day where you and Glash do all 6 together?
I mean, we've discussed it.
I know. I've been a part of those discussions.
Yeah, but it would, to your point, it would have to be an off-season thing.
Yeah. Here's what I would like, though.
Like a random Thursday or whatever it is.
Yeah, but I think you want to have some sort of build-up to it, and maybe you get to pick the matchups, the uniforms. Like, you guys get a little more involved with it.
A little more control over who's playing when and all that good stuff.
Yeah, all that.
And everything.
Yeah, weather, and make sure Raheem Mostert's a part of it and all of that. Weather, uniforms. Maybe I'll even have a draft where we all each get to draft 6 teams and weather and all of that. And
now
then you allow a bunch of us to just chime in during the broadcast, kind of megacast style, to see how it's going throughout the day.
It's like a day-long Super Bowl.
Yeah, kind of.
Rotation of people joining us for a 3-man booth.
Yeah, and so I don't know if Madison would like that or if it would just annoy her. I mean, I know it would annoy her, but if she and the rest of the powers that be would think it was fun and funny at the, at some line of demarcation. Like, we're at 1,300, right? So
maybe that's like date when we get to 2,000.
2,000, yeah. Quick math, like what's 2,000? And you celebrate 2,000 with you guys all day on a whatever it is, a Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Even if it's a weekend, right? Who cares? You have to block off your day.
That's it.
Well, you don't have to block off the day. I get it. It's a celebration of a huge accomplishment. I guarantee you that that plenty of folks in the DK Sim fan would be down for it.
Mad says, BK, you can be in charge of that.
All right, I'll help map it out. I also had another idea, too.
Drew says, Simathon.
Well, and to that end,
we can do a fundraiser. We'll raise money for something.
So these Sims are 8-minute quarters. I'm curious if there's ever been talk just for fun, and maybe you even set it up as the Pro Bowl once the Pro Bowl rosters, well, I guess they've been set, but you upgrade or update to the Pro Bowl rosters. You play at 15-minute quarters and try to figure out the ops
for a whole day for 6 games.
No, like just to end a night, like
okay,
because it basically would take the time. It would take a couple of hours, right? So maybe it's towards the actual Super Bowl or a week after the Super Bowl, you do the Pro Bowl, or even a week before, right, when there's nothing going on that weekend. But you play 15-minute quarters. Everyone's lineup's going to be wild, And I guess you have to announce how much the starting quarterbacks will play just to be fair.
Well, and if you did it on arcade mode too, you'd have like the scoring, potentially would be like 70-60.
Right. So you do it on arcade mode, and you basically say, okay, there's 3 quarterbacks, and it's Mahomes, it's Lamar, and it's whoever, Phillip Rivers, or I don't know, Baker, or whatever. And then it's Brady, Russell, and Kyler, or whoever. And you say each one of them is going to get a quarter, and then whoever's played the best, that quarterback will get the 4th quarter. And then, you let people know, but they make their lineups based on who they think is going to be the star of stars. Quarterback will actually be the biggest challenge. I think you're playing your starting receivers a little more, and they're going to sub the way they're going to sub. Beyond that, the play callers on Sean Payton.
Going outside the box. I like it.
I know there's a lot, but I think a 15-minute quarter is going to be really fun, and the scores will be wild.
These are deeper conversations at a higher level, obviously, but I like the spirit of them. Mads, I defer to you. You could take it to the right people. We got a punt on the way here, a little more than midway through quarter number 2, still a 7-7 game. Buzz Killington says, what up, 2020 finale. Wow.
I need to find out how I'm doing. I'm probably beating you.
You probably are. I'm sitting 100th out of 138. And it's Albadoo 2 with about a 3-point lead, with Thielen in the captain spot where he's 2.9% owned. Murray, Cousins, Hopkins, Kirk, and Jefferson. Jefferson, the lone guy with a goose egg right there.
I'm in 9th place. No, I'm kidding. I'm in 43rd, so I'm still way better than you.
Yeah, significantly.
43rd. Yeah, Hop was my
business
captain.
says, tell him to bring back 5 entry primetime showdowns. Man, I forgot all about that. Wow.
What are those?
Back in the day, our 8 o'clock games, the primetime games, were 5 max entry as opposed to single entry like all the rest, and all of them have become. And so we would have, some bonkers number, like 30,000 entries for a free roll.
Might be fun to do for the big
incomplete
Pro Bowl. Simper Bowl,
yeah.
You could even set it up as a regular contest with 9 spots.
True. About 500 people hanging out with us. Smash that like button, getting close to 250 here on the YouTube feed in particular, obviously. Kyler completes it, 1st and 10. Max Williams picks up 11.
So the question that I want to throw your way as we hit the 2-minute warning, did you start Veep last night?
So I did.
Do you appreciate their recommendation?
So I only watched one.
Okay, you're going to need to get a few more in.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't watch one and pull the plug or anything like that. I intend to watch more, but I only watched one. You can't judge a series that goes 7 years off one episode, obviously. Hell, I mean, if we were talking about The West Wing, which, as you know, I loved, I didn't love the pilot.
No, pilot wasn't great.
Show grew on me, and so we go. So here's what I'll say about Veep. Funny for sure. I don't really know what I expected. I guess I wasn't expecting, and maybe this is like West Wing recency bias, where, as you put it yesterday, you've got like this uber functional, liberal thinking White House to what is a drama to obviously what is a comedy. And Veep is, I wasn't expecting, I mean, the language I expected, maybe not to the degree that it was there.
Yeah, Julia Louis-Dreyfus will, it might shock you if you don't know what you're walking into.
Right. But I definitely didn't expect the level of incompetence. I didn't know they were going to that degree of satire.
Yeah,
and so,
it gets exaggerated. They add more characters. Gary Cole, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
I'm drawing a blank on who's the guy that does the stuff with Tim Robinson, the Detroiters. He comes in and Sam, whatever his name is, comes in season 3 or 4. He's outstanding.
So I'll describe the pilot as good, not great. But I'm not going to quit on it.
Well, and that's kind of where I was when I forced my wife to watch West Wing. I was like, this show, like all shows, will hit its stride in later seasons, and I think you see that with seasons 3 and 4 of The West Wing.
First and goal from the 8 after our glorious 101 timeout. A real staple. You couldn't send off 2020 without a 101 timeout. Williams down at the 1. There's another timeout.
Is this going to be a Kenyon Drake touchdown?
I'd be happy with that.
I'd like
Hope
it to
it's
be a
not
throw.
Chase Edmonds.
I'd like it to be a throw to Hopper because he's my captain. So that's where I'm going.
Small
Come on,
Ben says,
Cliff.
feed Drake.
Cliff, help me out here. Virtual Cliff with cool sunglasses, looking like Cliff King, like Ryan Gosling.
He does, actually. There's the handoff, and no problem. Kenyon Drake, sim touchdown number 21. How long do you think I could do that before I passed out?
I don't know, 2 minutes? I'll start a timer.
Mike says, no, it would be way less than that. Madison says, let's not find out. Mike Business says, my good friend dated Anna Chomsky back in high school, and he can't watch.
So that
I
was
could see how that would be difficult.
Is it Chlumsky or Klumsky?
I have no idea.
That's
I
post
have
My Girl.
Way
Post My Girl.
Well,
but
no,
before
high school would be.
Yeah,
Yeah. I'm sorry.
My Girl, she
I'm
was
sorry.
like
Yeah.
9.
No, I know. I got backwards in the way that you were saying that. Yes, she was very young, along with Macaulay Culkin and Mike.
Oh, you can't watch it. She's great in it. She gets better. All of them get better because they develop the characters and the writing for them, just like any show that lasts 7 years. Most shows
Well,
don't
Brother
get
Phil
worse.
says, Koff Veep does nothing but pick up steam and gets better and better as it goes. The character progression development is great. The writing is some of the best in television in the last 20 years.
Yep. See, I'm
I mean,
right
look,
there with him.
I'm not sitting here saying like Veep is bad or anything. I'm well aware of its acclaim and how successful and how many awards it won and was nominated for and all that. I have no doubt it's good. I'm just telling you the pilot, good, not great.
Yeah, and that's okay. As long as you're committed to investing a little more time and not just bailing out.
Yeah.
I'll admit this. Game of Thrones, I watched the pilot, and there were a couple things in it that were off-putting. I don't want to get into specifics beyond just what happens to Bran Stark and leave it at that. And a little bit of incest. And I'm like, you know what? I'm out on this. Then the popularity was so great, and HBO, obviously, you could rewatch stuff. Before season 2 started, and I had so many people watching it and reading about it online, and that I banged through the first season in no time and was ready to go with the start of season 2 and all in on Game of Thrones like so many other people were.
That's a show I've never watched.
Okay, well,
nice long reception out to the.
When you watch the first one, don't give up. Just stick with it.
Okay, good to know. Yeah, my wife took it for a spin for a few episodes. This was years ago when it was still on the air, and she didn't love it. And as is typical for her, I think she bailed and just never went back to it.
Yeah, the Wire starts super slow, and by the 3rd or 4th episode, you're way in. Of course, in the second year, they changed locales because of the way the story structure was. But the Wire isn't fast off the jump. I guess it's never really fast.
So fresh off a Jefferson grab for 26, Cousins is sacked. 30 seconds to go, opening half. You know what I'm thinking about? Well, with regard to TV. One thing I'm very eager for at some point tomorrow, probably after everyone's in bed, is blowing right through season 3 of Cobra Kai, because that is coming out on Netflix tomorrow.
Well, so I am not in on
take up
that
about
yet.
5 hours of my life. Probably,
I was gonna
or a
watch
little
it.
Less than that.
I was gonna watch it with our oldest, and he and I just haven't gotten around to it. And I kind of wanted to watch a couple of the first Karate Kids just to get back into it.
You don't need to watch the Karate Kid movies.
I know you don't need to.
But
or just for nostalgia.
But not only do you not need to, I'm not even sure it really adds anything, because anytime that they want to reference something that really goes back to the movies, they cut back to it and beat you over the head with it. Which and that's not a criticism. It's they do you the favor of you really don't need to go back and watch them, because they'll just show you the pertinent scenes and tell you all about them anyway.
Okay. Quote from Cam Newton. He's doing a Zoom call with Patriots media right now, or a couple minutes ago. Asked, what has you learned playing through a losing season with the Patriots? Quote, I'm a mentally tough SOB, bruh. So that's good enough. He's not a good quarterback anymore, but he's mentally tough.
He's not very good at football anymore. That's what he's learned.
I guess.
I really thought that was going to work out. I did.
I did too.
Not to the point like they're going to win, you know. It wasn't like, oh, Patriots are going to win 13, 14 games or anything like that.
No,
but
we thought they'd be a playoff team.
They were exactly, and that he was going to be good. He wasn't going to be great, but he was going to be good, and he has not been close to good so far here in in 2020. And the season's just about over, and he might not even play this weekend. We'll see. What we got? Yeah, Jordan says there's so many callbacks. You get Crease's origin story this season. I'm hearing he's digging deep. He's got all the info on it. Wow, I didn't realize my glasses were crooked.
That makes sense why Billy Zabka showed up on Simmons' podcast this week. I didn't realize season 3 was
did
coming,
he?
So
yeah. Oh yeah. Drops
right.
Drops tomorrow, my friend. I'm excited about. Hey, what do you think of this? Hang on. Huh?
Nice.
Yeah.
See you later, 2020, and hello, 2021.
Right.
Goodbye,
Where's the screen grab of this, Mads?
That should be your profile pic on Twitter.
Yeah, it really should. Andrew, how are we coming on a banner? Can we take a New Year's photo for the people?
Here,
Send them
I can do that real quick.
Happy New Year. No, I mean like some fancy Zoom collaboration or whatever. I don't. He says next year. Yeah, 2021. It's coming, bro. It's coming next, real soon. So stupid. Anyway, 14.
I got a screen grab there. I'm gonna send it on our group text to our pals.
Oh yeah,
Adam and Damon.
Buzz Killington says, "Oh yeah, sick party at the Cough House coming up." Yeah, these kids don't know what they're into.
Have you ever counted all the DVDs behind you? Did we ask you this?
Long time ago, before more were added. So,
what's the approximate number? 500, probably 1,000.
Well, let me do what I do, which is answer a question with a question. How do you qualify like a TV season? Is that one?
Okay, no, full season counts as. Well, I'm trying to do the quick math, and it's not quick. How long would it take you if you just sat down and started watching everything front to back and?
Oh, there's no way to do that math. I have no clue. Because I don't know how many TV seasons there are. You know, you got 3-hour movies, you got hour and a half long movies.
All right, so you're approximating. The movies you're rounding to 2 hours, give or take, between 90 and 2 hours.
Let's say there are God, I don't know, less than the number of Sims. 1,200? Let's say 1,200, including TV seasons. There are probably 1,200. Like if I were to pick this up and show it to you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I have no idea what the math would be.
Well, I am sharing on not just our group chat, but also an email to all of our DK Sim talent and producers.
Oh, it's very important. It's what everybody has to have, obviously.
Is a picture of you wishing everyone a Happy New Year.
What I was starting to say before, as we're early into the third quarter, still 14-7, BK, AK, Mads, Drew, Frangelico, Joe, everybody here hanging out with us. I've started kind of, not much, but kind of background noise. I've started listening a little bit to the Victory podcast, which is creator and cast members of Entourage. And so it's kind of making me want to go back and rewatch Entourage on HBO. Speaking of HBO shows, since we were talking Veep. Something has happened to your mic. You're distant.
Oh, is that better?
There you go. Way better.
Sorry. I loved Entourage when it came out and watched it start to finish pretty much from the get-go. I don't have much desire to re-watch it. It was fun. Part of it may have been the time of my life that I was at. You know, I was single and doing some of the silly stuff they did at times.
Just living Vinny Chase's life.
Not exactly. More like Turtle's life. But, but had some cool stuff, and hanging out and doing cool stuff mattered a lot more then. So I just, there's so many other things I would rather watch, and not even rewatch, although Veep is high on the list now, but rather watch that I haven't gotten to yet than rewatching Entourage.
Sure.
Not to dismiss it, I really enjoyed it. It was one of my favorite shows.
Well, the first 4 seasons, for anyone that really remembers, were fantastic. Like some of the best TV at the time. If you enjoyed that type of show. If you don't, you don't, obviously. But the final 4 seasons kind of were a slow burn, and then the movie was
worse.
The movie was okay. It was comparable to what the final few seasons were. Problem was
I didn't need a chubby Haley Joel Osment. Like it was.
Well, the problem was, which was very typical of Entourage, was everything had a happy ending for every single character.
Yeah, well, that's okay.
But it's not realistic.
That didn't. Well, the whole show's not realistic.
I don't know. It's supposed to be a loosely based on Mark Wahlberg's life.
Okay, so they could open a burger chain.
Pretty good existence. Yeah, they could open a burger chain.
Did you get the email I sent? I'm sure Madison did.
I bet you did. I saw our guy Crooked Tooth posted the photo on Twitter.
Even better.
I retweeted, as one does. Oh, there it is. Yep, there it is. What an email. What a moment. What a time in our lives.
We will always remember 2020 because of that.
We really will always remember 2020.
Sure.
You know, it's the cruel irony of the hindsight is 2020 expression, considering this is a year nobody would like to revisit. But memorable, there's no question about it. You know, that in mind, and this is for everyone, not just you, for anyone out there that is a New Year's resolution person, what are your New Year's resolutions for 2021 as we all look ahead to a better year?
You're asking everybody, not just me, right?
Everybody, but you're the only one that has the ability to
answer
answer with audio. I can hear you.
Sure.
So what do you got?
It's kind of the same that it's been, but with a little more emphasis in that I want to eat better, exercise more, all of that. But having a little girl, the idea of walking her down the aisle, knowing that I'm 42 years old and hopefully waiting 25 to 30 years to do that, I want
right.
I want to be able to do it and dance with her and all that and not be the old guy in the wheelchair that can't walk or is overweight and, slob. So it's going to be even more of an emphasis to get upstairs, actually use the Peloton, actually work out, cut all the garbage out of my diet. I did a good job. We do a good job of not having soda in the house. And last year, New Year's Day, I stopped eating sugar, like processed sugar, called candy, sweets, whatever.
Really?
And
so you haven't eaten any of that in a year?
No, the pandemic hit and I just started eating candy again. It was like I never left. And honestly, one of the best things that happened was my wife getting pregnant, because we didn't drink much during the pandemic, or else we probably drink a bottle of wine a night too. But
don't they say that's good for you though?
No,
a glass of wine before dinner.
Yes,
maybe not a whole bottle.
No, I have a glass of red wine almost every night at dinner, one of those boxes of wine. But seriously, for my heart health.
Yeah, sure.
But no, just a more emphasis on eating healthier, exercising a little more, and hopefully a lot more. Trying to get back to play some basketball. I may get my knee scope here, and that should make me feel a little better. So yeah, it's just that. But beyond that, I hadn't spent a lot of time thinking about other resolutions or anything else that bothers me. And Philip Bustle on the chat here, same boat, new daughter at 41 years old. So hopefully, you mean the same boat. He's also going to make sure to exercise and eat right. That's the other thing though. So you got the candy and all that, plus the baby coming, and I get up at 4:30 to do updates. So right. I'm tired all the time. I have had way more caffeine. Like, I'm not a coffee drinker. My wife drinks coffee like it's water. I'm just not much of a coffee drinker, but I'll buy these stupid energy drinks, or I'll have like the Starbucks latte things in a can or a bottle that are filled with sugar, right? And that's more just to get through the day at this point. But she slept 5 hours last night, so we're looking at 3 months here on December 11th, January 11th rather. That's the plan, is that she starts sleeping more and I can wean off the caffeine and sugar. What about you?
Well, I'm definitely not cutting candy and junk food out of my diet. I could promise you that. Eating better is not a part of my 2021, unless that's out of necessity. Hyro, by the way, says, Cop, don't pretend you care about us. Hyro, did I hurt you in some way? Get out of here.
I need to
with
drink
that.
less, says Robbie Noble. Okay.
And
do some push-ups. Sure.
Yeah.
It is crazy just doing a little thing every day. 20, 25 push-ups, 10 sit-ups. Something to get your heart rate up.
Does that make much? And I asked this I'm being serious. I'm not being a dunce, but I'm asking from a place of ignorance. Does doing like 20 push-ups or sit-ups a day really achieve anything?
I think it might, but you're probably going to need to build on it. At the same time, you can't just do push-ups and sit-ups. You're going to need to mix in some sort of cardiovascular something. And it all kind of works together, right? Unless you're such a insane athlete. Like I remember Chad Ochocinco saying, when you work out the way he does, you can eat like garbage. And you probably can, but if you eat better, it's even better for you. And I think most athletes have realized that. But most people aren't in shape that Ochocinco was when he was making that comment, as a 30-year-old NFL Pro Bowler. Speaking of NFL Pro Bowl wide receivers,
for that matter.
By the way, speaking of NFL Pro Bowl wide receivers, Keenan Allen on the COVID list. So if you're looking at a Week 17 where he is part of your lineup, then adjust accordingly. No Keenan Allen for the Chargers in their finale against the Chiefs. But yeah, I do think yes. If you do push-ups every day, the problem is it also only works a handful of muscle groups, so then you're neglecting other muscle groups.
Bonzo says, "How fitting is it, Cops calling a cards game to end 2020?" Yeah, that occurred to me as well. It's definitely my sim team. I was thinking my kids want me to start a Madden franchise. We were talking about that yesterday, and they keep it's the most popular.
You know how to
thing.
play Madden?
They've asked me, not well. I've just started to get back into it a little.
You have a
bit,
PlayStation
with them. Yeah, got the.
All right, let's play online.
PS5.
We'll play online.
I'll have to do that. But yeah, I really don't know what I'm doing. But they.
X is how you hike the ball.
It's pretty much what I know. And so they've each started, my oldest boys have started their franchises with the Pats and Bucks respectively.
Did Brady get traded yet?
No, not yet. Still hanging on. TB12. But
you should start it with the Pats and trade for Brady.
I'm debating who I want to start it with. The Cardinals I certainly thought about because of my love for them here in Simland, as we got a second and goal from the 4, and nope, Dalvin Cook not getting there. It is going to take us to the end of the third. Quiet day for Cook. The Packers are high on the list.
Sure.
I like them in Simland quite a bit. I just, if I'm starting a franchise, I want to start one with a team that has a fun offense. Which is the thing that really keeps me away from the Patriots, unfortunately.
Yeah, nobody wants to start a franchise with, what team just has a good defense? And I guess the Broncos right now, sort of, but not statistically. We don't really have that team right now. There's not a 2000 Ravens or a 2015 Broncos or any 85 Bears did have Walter Payton, so there's that.
Oh yeah. So, what do we have here in the Washington football team, says Drew. No thanks. Kel says, thank you for hosting Sims, made 2020 better. Sitting at the pool in Orlando, knowing it's 20 degrees at home, 83 here watching Sims. What could be better? Thanks again, and Happy New Year.
Here's what could be better, putting the phone down and jumping in the damn pool.
Ed Zone Dan says, if you did 20 push-ups and 20 sit-ups daily, you'd probably end up progressing and doing much more because you'll be in better shape and more motivated. I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, the idea is just do something.
Yeah, just do anything at all.
And if you tweak your diet a little, that also helps. The less garbage that you take in. Look, one of the best things
I do eat a lot of crap.
One of the best things about the football season ending is every Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
No press boxes.
Well,
with all those press box meals.
Well, the press box food's actually been pretty good for us here in Denver this year, but Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, because practice is always around noon or 1, I find myself before or after grabbing oftentimes fast food. I will be doing less of that when I'm here at home every day.
Sure. Jared says, thanks, Ed Zone. I'm going to start with 1 push-up and 1 sit-up.
Well, you got to start somewhere.
You got to start somewhere. Amen to that. Entirely
technically,
true.
one push-up if you're just laying on the ground. You can do it if you're watching TV or whatever. And one sit-up you're kind of doing when you get out of bed.
Yeah, it's called literally sitting up.
Speaking
it's
of
not
that,
an exercise.
we're going to go in the Wayback Machine. Do you remember when Dwayne Wade, and we can probably find this commercial on YouTube, he was like Converse's first spokesperson when they got back into basketball in the early 2000s. So
I don't really remember that, but
just
I'll
take my word for it. The commercial that they first put out, and I'm almost compelled to look this up, is he would get, it's showing him getting blasted at the rim, right? And it was get knocked down.
There he is. Dalvin gets in, by the way.
The commercial was get knocked down 11 times, get up 12.
Uh-huh.
And admittedly, I'm not good at math.
Choice.
Well, I don't know how you get up the second time. If you've been knocked down 11 times, you could get up 10 and say, you know what, I'm done. I'm not getting up this last time. But you can't get up an extra time. And so I've always meant to ask Dwayne Wade about that, and he had to read the copy. But
you got to get up the first time, right? You
right, and then, but
getting up.
But you are knocked down 11 more times, and so you have 11 opportunities to get up. You don't have extra times to get up.
So maybe you start from the standing position.
Right. You are starting from the standing position. You're then getting knocked down the 11 times.
I feel like if I write this down, the math is going to check out.
It will not. Again, I know I'm not good at math, and anybody can check me on this. But if you are knocked down 11 times, you have 11 opportunities to get up. You don't have a 12th chance to get up.
I want to see Madison with a calculator. So she's 100% doing this math right now, trying to figure this out. Obi-Wan, start with 1 burpee a day, 2 burpee, 3 burpee. You guys in the chat. We're into the fourth quarter, seconds gone by in a 14-all game. Are we going to get overtime in the final sim of 2020? I'm sorry to even say that out loud, but I feel like it's worth asking. Hadn't even occurred to me until just now.
Free football?
Free football?
Free football. Really free football?
The freest of football? You would ask me my New Year's resolution, and I'd love to say get in better shape, which hopefully I will do, but I don't know that it's really a resolution. What I would like to do is, and I'm truly not being cliche here. I think if ever there were a time, it is in the wake of 2020. And this is not something that even is directly related to the pandemic, although the pandemic doesn't help in this regard. I think a lot of us, and I'm me in particular because I'm talking about me, but I think a lot of us could stand to choose positive more often. There's a lot of negativity, there's a lot of pessimism in this world.
So that's your personality, though, right? Like, it's hard to just change who you are without doing a lot of real work.
True. Yeah, I mean, short of seeing a therapist and things like that, obviously, and reading books about optimism and so on and so forth. But, I do think that there are elements of just within certain situations, okay, this is why, how I may have reacted in the past or am more naturally gravitating toward acting. I'm going to elect to act a certain way, a different way, respond differently to just put me in a better frame of mind. And I'm going to try and do more of that in 2021.
I wish you luck.
I appreciate that. Good luck with all of you cutting crap out of your diet. I'll take it all.
Well, you can have it all. Admittedly, I'm not going to it's hard cold turkey to just completely start eating healthy and stop eating crap. But
yeah, like no more sugar, period, done. No more carbs. I could never not have carbs.
I did that for 5 months, and then I hurt my shoulder. I was doing P90X. Maybe that's not right. Maybe it was 5 weeks. 5 weeks to cut out carbs. And once you get past like the first 2 weeks, you realize you don't need that much bread. And if you're not eating pizza, you can get by without carbs. But I think you need carbs is part of it.
I agree.
Does Madison have any resolutions or anybody else?
I don't know. Madison, Drew, Ops. New Year's resolutions, you got anything? I'm going to watch more sports. Yeah, Madison says there are healthy carbs and there are non-healthy carbs.
Right.
Drew says I give up hunting and fishing every year. This isn't Lent. This is a New Year's resolution.
Yeah, the people that are going to resolve to not quit anything.
Right. I'm going to keep not doing things I already didn't do.
Yes, I'm not going to skydive in 2021.
Madison says, I'm not super into New Year's resolutions, but if I'm to say something, I guess I want to read more. That's a good one.
Have I asked you the question that I know I've asked on here before? I feel like I asked it to Rossi or to Lash. Do you count books on tape as reading? And is Madison, does she mean she'll listen to more books on tape, or does she mean she'll actually crack a book? Because I think of reading as cracking a book.
I assume she means reading.
That's what I'm planning on doing, is reading some books that I have backed up.
Are there people that think of books on tape as reading?
Well, my wife is one of those people, and I've talked about it on the radio a bunch, and I've talked about it here a little bit, is if you're listening to a book on tape, or multiple books on tape, can you say I'm reading 3 books right now?
Nope.
You cannot, because reading, you have to sit down and open a book, or whatever, sit on your iPad, or Kindle, or whatever it may be. Versus, if you're vacuuming and listening to Barack Obama read his book to you, you're not reading Barack Obama's book.
You're listening to a podcast.
You're essentially listening to a super long podcast where Barack Obama reads his book. So I think if you want to,
touchdown, Cardinals!
Christian Kirk again. I should have captained him instead of Hop.
I think I broke this thing. I had to really work to get that one out. There it is.
My Christian Kirk play is going to get me in the top 30. Or I'm 78.
For you, big guy.
I should have captained him instead of stupid Hopkins. Everyone knows Kirk's better than Hopkins.
Just terrific.
There we go. Let's climb on up that leaderboard. 51st. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know anybody saying. Is anybody saying it in the chat? Whether that counts? I'm experiencing a book. That's from Crooked Tooth. Well, you're right. I'm experiencing this great work of fiction. She was listening to this book. I came upstairs a couple weeks ago, and I said, "Is that J.K. Simmons?" And it was. J.K. Simmons was just narrating some fiction book. She goes,
Mike
"I don't know."
says
Definitely.
If you watch a movie, did you read the screenplay?
Yeah, exactly. That's a good analogy.
Hyro says if you were to listen to Koff on the radio, you would think he's 50. I don't know how to take that.
Yeah,
Do I have a great voice for radio? Do I just sound older? It's the equipment, probably.
You sound like Paul Harvey. Well, not anymore. No.
Sorry, I guess that was ill-timed.
He was like 100 when he died. It's all right. Frangelico is letting us know in the chat. More listening to audiobooks and learn investing for me is my New Year's resolution.
Oh, I like that.
You're going to learn investing. I wish you luck. I hope you go slowly with learning investing because you don't want to put too much money into the wrong thing.
Alana says, every time Koff blows that horn, I think, hey, you want to hear the most annoying sound in the world? And then, Lloyd, can you triple stamp a double stamp?
You talk about investing. I wish I would have bought some Zoom stock in April when it was $100 and now it's 400 or whatever.
Is it really?
Something like that. Last I checked.
Wow.
I don't think we all realized Zoom was going to dominate the way it does.
Or that all this would go on as long as it has.
Sure.
30 Helens agree, says Kaufman's not 50. Nope.
Well, I thought it was your birthday, dude.
That's true. I have a great many birthdays.
Speaking
Two
of
and
your
a half
birthday,
to go. 21-14 Arizona. Yes.
Did you look at NBA Jam online?
I looked at it. I think I told you last night. The now what I'm wrestling with is, so where would I put
Oh, where would it go?
Yeah, where would it go?
I don't know much about the makeup of your basement beyond I assume you're in a basement, but the DVD.
Yep. Right. Yeah, there's just you need. Well, I mean, you know better than I do because you actually have this NBA Jam arcade machine. But I mean, I feel like it would be best suited placed up against a wall.
Typically, yeah. You don't. Most people don't have, unless it's like a sit-down Pac-Man game. They don't have an arcade game in the middle of a room.
Right. So I'm trying to think of, like they're, believe it or not, and it's not a tiny basement, but all walls are pretty well occupied.
But let me ask you this: if you were to get it, it also gives you an opportunity to kind of shovel some things around in the basement,
redecorate a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Vikings are driving, by the way, getting to the 13.
I'm not trying to get you to do anything that's going to aggravate your wife. I'd imagine, is the basement more your domain, though?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Okay, so then you're on your own.
Yeah, no, I've always said to her, I'll take, you take the house, I will handle the basement.
Well, so our basement, it's slowly but surely, as you add more arcade games, and I'm hoping to add a pinball machine and maybe Big Buck Hunter. Touchdown. Oh, catch that.
No, incomplete.
Jefferson. Is that Jefferson? Because I want it to look like a sports bar. And you've seen that I have a bar in here. My wife, instead of letting me put 7 TVs all over, she let me put 4 behind me. But then she just bought a drop-down screen, a manual pull-down 120-inch screen, and a projector.
Gorgeous.
And a projector. Yeah. Admittedly, hanging it myself, or even she and I together, is not going to go great, so we have to wait until one of my brother-in-laws, who are both contractors, I guess one's an engineer, one's a contractor, are around to help us.
Did you get a nice top-dollar projector? That's going to look real good.
Not a top-dollar projector, and she's not listening. It was rated well, but my buddy that did all the audio-video stuff for my house definitely gave me suggestions that were more like $1,000, and this one was more like $300, I think. I'm not scoffing at it, and we'll see. I mean, nothing's permanent, right?
Sure.
So, and
that's
there's the whole cutout.
Change the way you live once you're watching stuff on a 120-inch screen.
No doubt. And the couch down here is just enough room where it's going to seem big, but hopefully not like you're sitting in the front row of a movie theater.
I feel like for 120 inches, you need to be seated 8 feet away.
Okay, yeah, then we're good there. It's probably more like 9.5 to 10, based on the dimensions of this room. Probably 9 feet, sitting up against the back of the couch. Now, we've got like a U-shaped kind of pitted couch. Not that anybody gives a damn about any of this. But people sitting towards the front of the couch might be aggravated at the size of the screen. It'll be good for the 4 people against the back of the couch.
Second and goal from the 3. Final minute of the last sim of 2020. Can the Vikings tie it up? Pass to the right and touchdown! Adam Thielen again! How about ya? Oh, that really took a lot of effort. I can't tell you how badly I've damaged this thing just by playing with it. Adam Thielen is having himself a day, folks. That is going to put him up over 20 points for the very first time in the history of Madden 21. I'm saying.
Hey, where'd you get a PS5, by the way?
Actually, was just able to get in the queue on the PlayStation Direct website and lucked out.
All right. We've got one coming to us that my mom was buying for the 14-year-old and myself as our big holiday present.
Nice.
But all I keep getting is texts from her about, hey, swing by Walmart or go check out Target. And I'm like, well, I'm busy.
Which one of us is getting this? It is a...
Well, no. I mean, I'm going to pay for it. She's going to pay me back or whatever. But
it's a monstrosity of a system. It is a big boy console.
Yeah. I've got shelving behind the TVs that'll house it. They don't have that many games for it, though, yet. If I'm not mistaken.
Well, it's backwards compatible, so all the PS4 games.
Yeah, I get that they are compatible. I'm talking about games that are engineered for
the PS5.
PS5.
No, very, very few. The new Spider-Man one that everybody has been talking about, and then there are, a couple others. There aren't many.
But like I talked to unnamed Broncos player who's a huge gamer, and I asked him, "Is it worth it?" He's like, "It's absolutely worth it." He said the graphics and the gameplay, and I'm sure for the Xbox it'll be a big upgrade as well.
Yeah, I mean, so far so good.
Oh wow!
Happy New Year, DK.
Check out this piece of news. I could do this. He says, Brandon, if you buy a wireless HDMI extender for your projector, then you can cast your computer or laptop on the 120th screen, open up 8 separate windows, and have 8 games going at the same time.
Oh. Now we're talking.
I just don't have, even though I have DirecTV, I don't have Sunday Ticket because I just need to watch a Broncos game every Sunday. This year would have been the year to get it, and I use my brother-in-law's account sometimes, but it's still, I've been at the stadium for 8 games, and it's not easy to, I guess I could do it with college football on a Saturday.
First and 10 from the 37. Final 30 seconds of regulation here, folks. Kyler Murray. And that one knocked down.
I think we're getting free football in the desert.
It's looking that way.
Where nobody wears masks in Phoenix, I heard.
Drew, part of our production crew, asking about the NBA Jam. Are we talking full arcade setup? So it's I didn't know about this before BK brought it up last night. You can go to Amazon, look it up. Just Google NBA Jam arcade on Amazon. Look, search there, it'll pop up. But it's basically a mini arcade machine as compared to what you're used to seeing of the full-size variety, but looks pretty cool. And
well, here Drew can actually see my camera right now, so I can actually show Drew.
Yeah, for what it is, relatively inexpensive.
So here, Drew, if you look at my screen, I showed this last night at the end of the sim, next to a full-size golden tee that I got from a neighbor for $200 on Father's Day. So, hang on. So, Drew, if you can see that, there's the golden tee. That's how big the NBA Jam is.
And for the rest of you who can't, enjoy watching the sim.
Yeah,
21-21.
That's what they signed up for.
18 seconds left here in regulation. First and 10 from the 45. Can Murray get his team into field goal range? That'll help. Almost to the 30. Gonna have to use that final timeout, folks. Kyler able to hit Kirk. First and 10 from the 31. So,
Zane,
again, may want to use that timeout, folks. They do. 6 seconds left.
Virtual Cliff almost blew it.
I'm saying. So now we are going to get, well, I don't know what stopped the clock right there. It wasn't
there's a timeout.
Late animation, but yeah, we got there. So we're going to have a Zane Gonzalez game-winning field goal attempt from 48 to try and send us out of the 2020 calendar campaign.
I am excited when we go to PS5s at some point for these sims.
Oh, icing the kicker. Well, I mean, the game is still Madden 21, though, for, manufactured.
I'm just excited to see the I'm excited to see the graphics.
I assume it's going to look the same on PS5 as it did PS4 because the game was made for PS4. I think your question would be, what does it look like when Madden 22 comes out?
Yeah, maybe. I guess if you're just playing PS4 games and it doesn't look any different at all.
I'm assuming, but I don't know enough about it to tell you that definitively.
Well, here's how you know. You bought a PS5, you own Madden, and you have access to watch. Right, but you have the access to watch any Dreams team broadcast.
But I'm watching on YouTube or through Zoom. Kick is up and good! With 1 second left, the Cardinals take a lead, 24-21.
I'm glad we didn't get into this earlier because you realize it looks the same on YouTube as it does on your television. There's nothing that's going on differently right now than if you were playing Arizona and Minnesota on PS4. If I were doing that on any of the TVs behind me, it would look exactly like this.
Don't you patronize me.
So it's easy for you to compare. Grab your laptop, grab an iPad, go to the Dream Stream, just put on the same game and see if it looks sharper or the gameplay looks smoother or anything. Here, and odds are someone did it already for us on YouTube.
Yeah, probably. Wow.
Big kick return here.
Walk-off kick return to end the year. LFG. I don't think it's going to happen, but I'm always open to dramatics. But
what would have been cool would have been a return to about the 50, a face mask, and then a game-tying field goal.
All right. These are the cheapest glasses around, I got to tell you. 24-21. The Arizona Cardinals, as only could be the way in a day that I am calling a Cardinals sim to end 2020, a dramatic win.
I'm watching on YouTube. There is, if you just Google Madden PS4 versus PS5, someone did it side by side for you.
And? Is it different?
I guess it's in 4K on PS5. You can see, it's sharper, but it's not significant. It's just a little bolder.
There you go. Cousins 278, couple touchdowns. Murray 192, couple of scores. That brings them respectively to 25 passing touchdowns for Cousins. Murray with 28. I am going full bifocal look right here, just so I can actually see these stats. Cook salvaged his day kind of with a touchdown, but he was not very good, folks. 13 for 39. Drake 6 for 14 with a score as well. For Dalvin Cook, that brings him to 38 touchdowns in Simland. Drake at 21. Thielen, though, he's got to be the Krusty Koff player of the game. Yeah, 7 for 68, couple of touchdowns.
I'll say.
What a day. Now, I guess the question would be, as Albadoo 2 on the verge of a 3-point win, but stats are not finalized yet, folks. Be mindful of that. Cousins, he fell short of the bonus, or not the bonus, I mean that as well, but still fell short of 20 points. He hit 19.1, so that continues for him. 9% ownership. Who's the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award going to? Who's the big bust today, do you think?
Feels like it might have been Hopper, right? Just 2 for 46.
Yeah.
What was his ownership percentage?
14% owned. So not a lot of people were confident he was going to do anything.
But Drake scored, Cook scored. Jefferson's ownership probably wasn't that high, was it? Although cheap.
Honestly, it was probably Dalvin Cook. I mean, I know he scored a touchdown,
but what was his ownership?
Well, that's the thing. Like, Dalvin Cook had 16.5 points, but he was 95% owned and 53% in the captain spot. I mean, and he, you know, $12,200 just in the flex, never mind almost 20 grand in the captain spot. So kind of a bust of the day for him.
Yeah. All right. You want to give it to Dalvin Cook? I'm not going to argue with you.
Yeah. Seems reasonable to me.
I'm trying to see how I finished. As long as I was ahead of you, then it's a good day.
Probably were. I finished 107 as things stand.
75.
Right. Ooh, baby, what a day. All right, so in all sincerity, and Madison, I may need your help with this, but I'm going to do my best off the top of my head, just to thank everyone. At least I could never do it for Game Ops. Just know that Game Ops, these more than anyone else, don't happen without you, without the manual scoring, without, you know, your patience, your math, your abilities in bringing real knowledge to the table in terms of how to, you know, turn these Madden Sims into DFS contests that the people love. I couldn't begin to thank you all individually, but I do, on behalf of everybody, thank you immensely for your role in all these Sims and onto a bigger, better, brighter 2021, obviously. As far as all the people that I know on a more personal level, from the production staff and all the commentators, I'm going to try to shout everybody out. Going first with the commentators here, this will be a little easier with obviously Glash and Emerson and Reid and Billy and Jeff and Gary in Once Upon a Time, not to mention Pat and Cust and Bukes and Zach, Lamarca, Kenny, BK, certainly, Rossi, Christian, Ducey, Tom, Patrick. I don't know if I'm forgetting anybody.
You could have just read the email.
Well, I could. That's cheating. I'm trying to.
Okay, this is impressive.
Madison said Billy. I said Billy. And Billy gets double thanks because he's part of the production crew as well. Not to mention Bry Guy. We could say the same for Bry Guy. Oh, Greg Ehrenberg. Sorry, I dropped my glasses. Ehrenberg, Jesse, Tara Lynn. Absolutely not part of the Sims, but absolutely a fixture on the Dream Stream. And from time to time, it popped into Ladies' Night as being part of the Sims as well. Okay, I think that's everybody in terms of the commentators. And so as far as production, boy, I mean, obviously the top Tom as well as another Tom and Slates. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to go rungs. Madison and Mike and Drew. Obviously our other Drew who's here with us, and Daniel, Jordan, Max, Billy, Bry Guy, Samir. God, who am I forgetting? Because I know
you didn't say Frangelico.
Well, that's Game Ops. That's the Game Ops group.
Sure, he's
Cody. Who else? Not that they're
like
anyway. They won't.
Matt
know
Damon and Goodwill Hunting naming all his fake brothers.
Right. Exactly. No, I said Jordan. I got Shirag. Someone shouted out Shirag. I didn't say Shirag. Our guy JP, Itty Cat, absolutely. None of this happens without him as well. Someone had mentioned Sarah in Sarah's closet. Yeah, without Sarah, there is no Glash the way we have come to know and love him. That's for sure. And
I want to know what Murray's rushing yards were. Do we know Murray's rushing yards?
And Emerson Gym and Babysitter Billy's Daycare Center and all that. Murray's rush yards were 8 for 88. Pardon me. So he came shy of the bonus. Off. Yeah, well, I got to be able to see, basically, is what it comes down to. I think that's everybody. But if I did miss anybody, I certainly apologize. But it's all just people are getting out of here as you should be. It's all just a means of saying that, we are very much a team and could not do it without each and every one of the people that I named who has been part of this thing going back 9 months to March 28th since these began here with 3 sims a day to 6 and the rule changes and all the different contests and prize pools and Showdown and Classic and so on and so forth and great giveaways and everything that's happened along the way. It doesn't happen despite everything I said about game ops and production and the commentators. It truly does not happen without all of you out there in the DK Sim fam, whether you're part of the YouTube and Twitch chats or you're just watching somewhere else and enjoying this thing like a video podcast, whatever it may be. We are eternally grateful for your support and adding a little bit of sunshine on what has obviously been a cloudy at best 2020 for most people. So thank you so much. Have a very happy new year tonight. Stay safe, be responsible, probably not going anywhere anyway, but, try and have some fun doing whatever you're doing. Again, reminder, we are off tomorrow. We do return, though, on Saturday with 3 sims once again. Lions, Jaguars, it'll be Rossi and Moose. For the nooner, the Madden matinee will be Seahawks at Washington. I will be with Moose, and then I will be reunited with this guy, BK, for Patriots Jets for the early bird special on Saturday. So it's going to be good. Mike Bizzle says play the walk-off music, and I couldn't agree more. BK, all of you, Frangelico and Joe, Madison, Drew, Happy New Year to you all, and thanks for being with us. We'll talk to you again in 2021.